Mic check, 1, 2.
Hearing. Madam Court Reporter, if I could get a thumbs up if we're ready. Perfect. My name is Charles Hatcher. I am the regulatory law judge that will be presiding over this hearing. This is an evidentiary hearing set for the general rate case of the Empire District Electric Company, doing business as Liberty. This is case number ER-2024-0261. First and foremost, if I could ask everyone to please mute your phones. Everyone who is joined by WebEx, if you could please check and make sure that you are muted now. For the record, I'd like to mention that we have two of our commissioners joining us online today. We have Commissioner Kolkmeyer online, as well as Commissioner Coleman and Mitchell. I'm sorry, we have three of our commissioners and Commissioner Mitchell. I expect Chair Hahn to be joining us from upstairs shortly. Next, I'd like to thank Office of Public Counsel and the Consumers Council of Missouri for your quick filing of your objections. This has been a last-minute settlement, which is quite a big curveball in a case, and I appreciate both of those parties self-shortening the seven-day deadline to get those filed. Mr. Williams?
Judge, we actually only responded to one of the settlements. We don't have any objection to the other two, just to be clear on the record.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Moving on, let's talk about our excused parties today. By my count, we have 5 parties actively participating today. That will be Empire, staff, OPC, Consumers Council, and MECG. Excused parties include the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, that's IBEW, that local, Empire District Retirees, also known as EDRA, Influent Energy. Those 3 have already been excused from the proceedings. Moments ago, a motion was filed by Renew Missouri requesting that they also be excused. Are there any objections to the excusing of Renew Missouri? Hearing none, they are also so excused. Let's see what else is on my list. According to the amended hearing schedule, let me back up and change topics. I don't have an order for opening statements. Just following the order of cross-examination for the 5 remaining parties, I would suggest, or I would throw out as a first thought, that we go Empire, staff, OPC, MECG, and then Consumers Council batting last. Are there any suggestions otherwise? We do not have a schedule for opening statements. Okay. Let's go back to our amended hearing schedule. This was filed Friday evening, and I would like to point out 3 topics of note on this filing. The first says the parties stipulate to the admission of all testimony pre-filed in this docket. I'm going to take that partial statement on its own. My understanding from that is that we will not be needing witnesses to come up and be sworn in to verify that they filed that pre-filed testimony. My understanding and intent from that understanding to move forward is that when we get to issues that the parties have said that they will not have opening statements and they will not be cross-examining, so more or less the bulk of our docket for this week, those issues, I will ask the commissioners, do you have any questions? And then we will proceed from there, whether we call up witnesses to then be sworn and answer questions. So for example, today we'll finish up with customer experience issues. At the conclusion of that, my intent is to then announce that we are moving to income statement issues. And I will list off those issue numbers. I will then ask if there are any commissioner questions. Jumping right into the middle of that. If there are no commissioner questions, we'll move on. If there are, then we'll stop, call up those appropriate witnesses, and move through the commissioner questions, and then circle back around to everyone else's redirect and recross. Are there any concerns, objections, modifications on that? Mr. Staff Counsel.
It's Eric Vandergriff. Your
Thank you,
Honor.
Mr. Vandergriff.
So regarding the issue statement or income statement issues, if the commission would announce if they had questions for those witnesses as soon as possible, that would help some of our witnesses. That's the only question we have.
I understand and appreciate that. I have thought about that a lot this weekend. We were compressed for time from the global stipulation to the objections to the amended schedule and now today. Reluctantly, I have to say no. I do not wish to excuse any witnesses today because I don't know how this is going to play out. In my head, this goes really smoothly. But I want to make sure, and I'm also aware that staff witnesses typically work in this building. So I would even add that on to my hesitancy. For the week ahead, the motions I've seen ask for excusal of all of those witnesses. I'm hesitant because I don't have a list of exact names. I'm also hesitant because the stipulation, the objections, and the new schedule, the timing, have not given the commissioners a lot of time to go through and give a fine point on what it is that they want to ask. So for today, I'm not going to excuse anyone in advance. We will just go through and when we get to income statements, I'm sorry, we're going to have to just roll the dice and see how that works out. If witnesses are not available, if they have excused themselves from the office for whatever reason, I will bend over backwards to be understanding and reschedule them to either later today or later this week. With all of those, I'm going to have to say no, I'm not going to excuse witnesses this morning.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sorry, Mr. Vandergriff, thank you. Okay, let's get back to the phrase, the parties stipulate to the admission of all testimony pre-filed in this docket. I will ask for objections, and for purposes of the next 5 days, I'm going to rule on all of those pre-filed testimonies. Does anybody have any concerns or objections about me asking all at once? I'm asking all at once, and I feel comfortable asking all at once because the parties all signed on to this. Are there any objections to all of those pre-filed exhibits being admitted? I'm going to get to your special ones. Hearing no objection, all of the pre-filed testimony is admitted according to the exhibit numbers that were posted on everyone's pre-filed exhibit lists. Second, and this is part of the same sentence, the parties have stipulated as well to the admission of exhibits 227. These are OPCs, we can tell by number. Exhibits 227, which is DR 2001. Exhibit 201, and that is DR 8054. And exhibit 200, which is DR 8053. I'm informed that exhibit numbers 200 and 201 and 227, all of those three, were not pre-filed in the same manner that the other testimony was pre-filed. However, they have been provided to the parties in advance of my asking this question. So just belt and suspender, the parties have already agreed that these are admitted. I just want to double check. Has anyone changed their mind? Are there any objections to the admission of exhibits 227, 201, and 200? Hearing none, they are so admitted. Mr. Williams.
Just as a point of clarification, those are actually Empire responses to public council data requests.
Yes, my phrasing is short falling this morning. Thank you. I appreciate that. And lastly, according to the amended hearing schedule, the parties further stipulate to the following correction to the pre-filed rebuttal testimony of Daniel Dane, following page 21, lines 17 to 18. Quote, as noted by Fitch in May, the correct year should be 2024. The remainder of that sentence is deleted through to the colon. End quote. Are there any objections to that correction being made to the pre-filed rebuttal testimony of Daniel Dane? Hearing none, it is so corrected. Let's touch briefly on further corrections, if we have any. I'd like to take those up as separate filings, errata sheets with the place and page number and everything to be corrected, just for the ease of myself, the commissioners, and all the parties. Mr. Vandergriff.
Your Honor, that's what we were going to mention. We had a correction as well.
Let's save that unless it's going to be super relevant today. Well, let's just have that filed. Throw me out a date when you think you can have that done. Next Friday? Not this coming Friday, but the Friday after our hearing.
Yes, Your Honor.
Done. Ms. Carter.
Judge, we have one addition stipulation item.
Is this the one that was filed this morning or yesterday? There's one filed yesterday. I'm sorry, go ahead with your question.
Thank you. I was just going to put on the record, OPC had requested an amount that had been paid to a particular witness to be stipulated on the record. And we stipulate that the amount paid to John Reed for this case through October 9 of 2025 is $123,288.75.
Does counsel for OPC have any response?
No, we were asking for the stipulation for waiving cross.
So I think that sets into motion. They are going to be waiving cross on Thursday on the customer experience issues when we continue those issues. Is that my understanding? Is that understanding correct?
We're waiving cross on Mr. Reed.
Okay. And just to confirm, the global non-unanimous stipulation stated in the event that it was objected to, which is a situation we are in, that the parties, the signatories would not cross-examine the fellow signatories of that. By the nods of the head, I'm seeing that that is still in effect.
That is correct, Judge, as opposed, with the exception of cross questions based on questions from the bench.
I follow. Okay, thank you. That was a lot of introductory announcements. We have made our way through. Let's start with our opening statements. Empire, the floor is yours. And let the record reflect we have been joined in person by our chair, Kayla Hahn. Thank you. Ms. Carter, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Diana Carter, counsel for the Empire District Electric Company, which does business as Liberty. Also appearing in the hearing on behalf of Liberty will be my colleague Jermaine Grubbs, who is hiding behind this pillar right at the moment. Jim Flaherty of Anderson and Bird, who is back here. He has represented the company before the Kansas Corporation Commission for many years. And then also my former partner from just down the street, Dean Cooper of Brighton, Swearingen in England. There is a list of issues with 170 decision points without counting subparts. But a global settlement was reached between Liberty, the staff of the commission, the industrial customer group, MECG, Renew Missouri, and the union that represents many of Empire's employees. The company reached separate partial settlements with the retiree group and the union, and upon request, those two parties were excused from the hearing. Intervenor Influent Energy stated their non-objection to the global settlement, and they were excused from the hearing. And the signatory, Renew Missouri, was just excused from the hearing this morning. Because of the objection by two parties to that global stipulation, it now serves as the joint position statement of the signatories. The company, the staff of the commission, and the other signatories continue to urge the commission to approve the terms of the global settlement as the just and reasonable resolution of all issues in the case. As you know, the company deployed what we call Customer First. It's an SAP system that is being used for all core functions across the enterprise: financial transactions, procurement, human resources. The focal point of discussion in this case has been the billing module of that SAP system. Billing issues have been a part of informal complaints and inquiries, as you know, written comments, testimony at town halls, local public hearings, and the witness testimony that will be before you today. I review those complaints. I attended the town halls. I attended the local public hearings. I heard those complaints. I felt those complaints. From a customer impact perspective, the deployment has certainly not been what our customers deserve. We acknowledge that. We understand that. The frustration and confusion expressed by our customers is more than valid. It's a compelling reflection of the challenges we must address as a company. While we have implemented significant improvements, we recognize that the issues experienced by our customers went on too long, and that even a small percentage of unresolved billing issues affects customer satisfaction and trust not just from our customers, but from all stakeholders. While the company continues to take action to address billing concerns, here are just a few of the steps that have already been taken. And we're not simply asking for trust. We understand that that's something we need to build back, and we're earning it back through measurable, transparent progress. We increased staffing levels in both the call center and in billing operations to improve the timeliness of addressing customer needs. And we developed a dedicated team for customer complaints, for focused resolution, data collection, and problem-solving sessions. We updated the exception process within SAP to mitigate those non-value-added exceptions and improve billing timeliness. We deployed a manual review process by our regulatory and billing experts so we could catch more of the issues before they appear on customer bills. I'm very proud of this next one, number 4. The role of Chief Customer Officer was created so that customer experience is prioritized at the highest level of leadership, and to develop a customer-centric operating model for the entire organization that provides direct accountability for customer outcomes. Our Chief Customer Officer, Amy Walt, will be the first witness to take the stand in this case. Next, Amy implemented key performance metrics that track billing accuracy, timeliness, customer service success, and customer experience, with the ability to drill into the metric and understand the primary pain points of our customers. This will drive focused problem solving to proactively resolve issues before they reach our customers. And also, Amy launched targeted end-to-end process reviews and is implementing root cause solutions. With the help of OPC and staff, we recently obtained variances from the commission so that we can address the largest pain point of collective and joint accounts by aligning the meter reading and bill cycles for those customers who have multiple services or multiple meters. These actions and many others demonstrate our commitment to customers and our accountability for improvement. It's important to note that Customer First is fully integrated into nearly every aspect of our daily business functions and is essential to delivering service to our customers in Missouri. The testimony demonstrates that it is in service and used and useful, consistent with regulatory standards. Also, the Commission must remember there is more in this case than just the Customer First investment. Beyond Customer First, approximately $550 million of prudent investment has taken place since the last case. 18 substations were upgraded, 5 substations were rebuilt for improved reliability and increased capacity. The Ozark Beach crane extension is a good example of a significant safety improvement. You'll be hearing about that on Friday, I believe. Approximately 80 miles of transmission lines were reconductored. There were approximately 30 miles of newly constructed transmission lines. Briefly moving to the legal standards. In deciding this case, the Commission is required to set rates that are just and reasonable by balancing the interests of the investor and our customers. In its rate case decisions, this Commission often points to this balancing obligation established by the Supreme Court's Hope decision. The Commission also points to the Supreme Court's Bluefield opinion on what constitutes a just and reasonable rate. The Supreme Court and this Commission has held that in undertaking the balancing required by the Constitution, the Commission is not bound by any particular formula. You're free to make adjustments based on the particular circumstances, but rates must be designed to produce enough revenue to cover operating expenses and also the capital costs of the business, service on the debt, and dividends on the stock. For rates to be just and reasonable, they must be designed to produce revenues that provide the company with an opportunity to earn a return that is fair, one that is sufficient to assure confidence in the financial integrity of the utility, to maintain its credit, and to attract capital. This should be a concern and interest of all stakeholders, not just the company. Liberty's pre-filed testimony supports an annual revenue requirement increase of approximately $169 million. The staff's pre-filed testimony supports an increase of approximately $129 million. It is very important to note that staff's recommendation of a $129 million increase already reflects removal of the entire Customer First investment and costs and a drop from a 9.5 ROE of 100 basis points to account for the billing and customer service issues. In light of the evidence that is presented in this case and staff's position, OPC's recommendation of a 0 increase, even understanding their recommendation for doing so, is woefully inadequate for our customers to receive safe and adequate service. And if the Commission were to adopt that recommendation, it would be far out of line with legal standards for setting utility rates. If Liberty has to reduce what it spends to provide service to customers to the levels that would be required under OPC's 0 increase recommendation, I fear what could result, especially given the fact that the Commission staff, after conducting its audit, performing a complete revenue requirement analysis, and then eliminating all costs of customer first, and then reducing the return on equity recommendation by 100 basis points, still recommends an increase of $129 million. Now, the global settlement that was objected to and serves now as the joint position statement of the 5 signatories would set the rate increase at $97 million. That's the green bar there. The settlement also calls for Liberty to phase in that rate increase over a 3-year period. The percentage increase to customers under the global settlement would be approximately 6.3% each year. And under that global settlement, the company has agreed for there to be no carrying costs during the phase-in. You're likely familiar with the show me state sentiment. Frothy eloquence neither convinces nor satisfies me. I am from Missouri. You have got to show me. Consistent with that idea and recognizing where we have been with billing and customer service, under the global settlement, Liberty does not seek recovery of or a return on customer first in this case. And this is despite the evidence and despite the integral nature of customer first. Instead, the global settlement proposes that OPC and staff partner with Liberty to set target metrics associated with the billing process going forward. Only after meeting those agreed upon metrics, and only in those months where we meet those metrics, would the company be allowed to book a return to a regulatory asset. Rates paid by customers wouldn't change between rate cases. That's not the proposal. The regulatory asset, if earned, would be considered for recovery in Liberty's next rate case. Under this stipulation commitment, Liberty's return on customer first is tied directly to measurable performance metrics, ensuring full accountability before any return is earned, before there is essentially any recovery for customer first, fully addressing those concerns you heard from our customers. This allows the Commission to hold the company accountable for improving customer outcomes while preserving the financial integrity and stability necessary for the company to continue providing safe and reliable service. Some of the other noteworthy customer-focused provisions of the global settlement, if it were to be accepted as the resolution of the issues in this case. External audits. In committee with staff and OPC, Liberty would engage an independent third party to conduct audits on customer billing and customer satisfaction. The goal, to evaluate Liberty's current policies and performance against industry standards with the intent of identifying opportunities for improvement and establishing measurable criteria for future success. And up to $500,000 of the cost of those audits would be paid by Empire shareholders. Next, arrearage forgiveness. With approval of the settlement, the company would forgive $8.5 million of customer debt on its books through a targeted relief initiative. Again, that would be working with OPC, Consumers Council, and other stakeholders to design a forgiveness program that would support those most in need. Another aspect of the global settlement, the low-income weatherization program. The company would continue its annual budget in the amount of $550,000, with $300,000 coming from stakeholders. There's also the Fresh Start plan that is outlined in Nate Hackney's testimony. It's currently called the Low Income Pilot Program. The company would continue a 50% match, but at the annual cap being increased to $900,000, and the company would remove the budget billing requirement that our customers have pushed back against. The Critical Medical Needs Program would also continue under the global settlement, with $50,000 coming from shareholders. And under the settlement, there would be quarterly low-income stakeholder meetings. The company would host these meetings with OPC, Consumers Council, and other stakeholders, at which affordability would be a standing agenda item. The non-unanimous stipulation and agreement, or now joint position statement, of Liberty, the Commission staff, the Consumer Group for Industrials, MECG, Renew Missouri, and the Union is a just and reasonable resolution of all issues in this case, balancing the interests of all stakeholders. I'm excited about it. It's straight up awesome, in my opinion. It recognizes and addresses Liberty's known billing deficiencies and the need for the company to continue making progress, but it balances that with satisfaction of legal standards and the need to avoid jeopardizing the company's ability to provide safe, reliable, and adequate service. I very much thank you for your time and consideration. You have some big issues before you. I welcome any questions, Chair Hahn or the judge you have for me, or the commissioners online. And we welcome any questions you may have for the Liberty employees or other witnesses who will be appearing before you over the coming days. I especially look forward to you hearing from our Chief Customer Officer, Amy Walt, who will be up right after opening statements, along with our local customer care director, Candace Kelly, Tim Wilson, our Central Region President for Electric, and Charlotte Emery, our local Senior Director for Rates and Regulatory Affairs.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Chair, go ahead.
Good morning, Ms. Carter. After reviewing the stipulation and agreement, one of the items that was frequently brought up at the local public hearings was the lack of in-person customer service assistance in both Bolivar and Aurora, specifically with the Aurora Customer Service Center being closed. Who can speak to efforts on behalf of the company to reopen or appropriately staff those centers?
So Amy, Candace, and Tim are all good folks to answer questions on those issues.
Thank you. Also, looking at the $97 million overall revenue requirement, has Liberty done any analysis on the residential ratepayer impact percent by year, or where could I find that?
We have, and Charlotte Emery, who will be before you this morning as well, actually has that all printed out.
Wonderful. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Chair. Are there any other commissioner questions for Ms. Carter? All right,
Yes, Judge, this is Commissioner Kochmeyer.
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner.
We heard loud and clear that, about the billing problems. But one of the questions that I have is, have you resolved the problem of someone appearing in person to try to pay their bill to say they don't owe anything, and the next day or two then get 4 bills in the mail? Has that issue been resolved?
So Commissioner Kolkmeyer, I encourage you to ask Amy Walt that question so she can give you an answer that would then be on the record and in evidence.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other questions for Ms. Carter? All right, hearing none. Thank you, ma'am. That brings us to staff's opening statement.
May it please the commission. Good morning, commissioners and judge. I'm Eric Vandergriff, appearing on behalf of the staff of the Missouri Public Service Commission as its lead attorney in this case. 2 weeks ago, at the commission's agenda, there were understandable concerns about the number of issues to be tried in this case. I'm pleased to announce that since then, staff entered into a non-unanimous global stipulation and agreement. The global stipulation cut the contested issues that need to be litigated before the commission down from 170 contested issues to just a few. However, because this agreement is non-unanimous, the commission will still need to hear from non-signatories. But the scope of the live issues have been dramatically decreased. To recap, Empire filed this rate case in November 2024, seeking a rate increase of about $92 million. By early December, staff would not join into a joint procedural schedule because of unreliable billing determinants and usage information provided by Empire. While staff worked with Empire to resolve the issue, the company subsequently filed a substitute tariff sheets, expanding its request by roughly $60 million to about $152 million, without supporting testimony, prompting staff to move to dismiss this case 2 days later. The commission then held a procedural conference on February 24th to address the process options, including refiling and resetting the statutory clock. On March 4th, the commission issued a corrected notice setting new intervention deadlines on March 25th, after which opened a investigation to all Liberty utilities on February 27th. The commission, the commission opened an investigation to all Liberty utilities that provided service in Missouri, including Empire's billing and customer service practices. And in July, it conducted several local public hearings in this case in Joplin, Nitsa, Bolivar, Branson, Aura, and 2 additional virtual hearings. Staff used updated data produced by Empire since December, and our positions supported an increase to an annual revenues of around $128 million, and included a 100 basis point reduction on return on equity tied to service performance. At the time of the true-up rebuttal filing, Empire's position had evolved to $168 million increase. Staff, along with Empire and several other parties, including the Midwest Energy Consumers Group, MECG, Renew Missouri, the local IBEW union, reached a comprehensive global settlement that would resolve nearly every issue in this case. Not all parties signed on. Notably, the Office of the Public Counsel and the Consumers Council of Missouri chose not to and objected to the settlement. Despite these objections of the OPC and the Consumers Council, staff believes this agreement strikes a fair balance among the stakeholders' concerns and interests. Here's what it does, and here's what it means. First, it provides Empire a revenue requirement increase of about $97 million, far lower than the company's case at their true-up of $168 million, with an equal percentage phased in rates over 3 years. It's a 57% reduction to Empire's requested revenue requirement. Further, Empire has agreed not to file another rate case for at least 24 months. Without this global stipulation, any contested outcome would likely hit its ratepayers at once, and nothing would prevent Empire from requesting another rate increase soon after. This was a black box compromise with concrete customer-first adjustments that staff pushed for. Roughly $20 million of Empire's increase or request tied to its new billing system of service deficiencies are not being passed through. The downward adjustment directly acknowledges Empire's subpar rollout and ensures that ratepayers aren't paying for a system that hasn't delivered the service ratepayers are entitled to. However, this global stipulation lays out a path forward with customer-first performance metrics that would allow Empire to recover the return associated with its billing system investments in a future rate case. Those monthly benchmarks for timely and accurate billings, call center performance, and insurance resolutions that would be developed in a separate collaborative process targeted for finalization by May 31st, 2026. And it's only after Empire meets those normalized performance metrics that it may begin deferring any return on customer-first assets. Put plainly, Empire will not be rewarded for its customer-first investment without tangible, agreed-upon results. Let's discuss the cost of capital. The parties agreed to use a 7.01% overall rate return for any mechanisms or process that require specific components of rate returns, like PISA, P-I-S-A. Note, this recommended rate of return does not mean that it was used to derive the black box annual revenue requirement increase. While it's lower than what staff initially recommended in its testimony, it is near the midpoint of the range expected for utilities in Empire's current position. It gives Empire a fair opportunity to maintain its financial integrity and attract capital on reasonable terms while protecting ratepayers for paying for an excessive return. The stipulation resolves a long list of issues through its black box agreement. Taken together, the global settlement is fair for Empire and is fair for its ratepayers. From staff's perspective, this settlement is properly balanced, consistent with regulatory principles and what the law requires in rate making. The Commission's responsibility is to set rates that protect consumers from unreasonable costs while allowing the utility a fair opportunity to recover its prudent investments and earn a reasonable return. Here, the end result of this global stipulation is a set of rates and conditions that fully satisfy those standards. Empire will receive its much-needed infusion of revenue to maintain and improve its service, albeit less than staff's recommended $128 million revenue increase. And this agreed-upon global stipulation will provide clear incentives to improve Empire's performance. Ratepayers, on the other hand, will see a significantly smaller increase than initially requested, with structural safeguards like the phasing in of rates and the performance metrics ensuring that they get value for what they pay. In other words, Empire would be granted no more than what is necessary for it to meet its obligations to serve. And ratepayers are protected from paying for Empire's past shortcomings while gaining enforceable assurances of better service going forward. Now, despite this just and reasonable settlement, non-signatories want to present a few issues for the Commission's consideration. As reflected in the amended hearing schedule filed on October 10, the vast majority of issues have been identified via footnote, waiving cross-examinations and openings. The parties have agreed nearly all of the pre-filed testimonies will be admitted by stipulation, and no further litigation is needed of those subjects unless the Commission itself has questions. For any such Commission questions, the relevant witnesses will be made available. Please note, these issues will be briefed by the parties. Let me clearly name which issues were not waived and which staff witnesses are prepared to testify to each, if needed. Staff may not have taken a specific position on many of the discussions that may arise out of this evidentiary hearing. However, we reserve the right to do so based upon the evidence presented at this hearing. So let's talk about customer experience issues. I will note that these issues were resolved among the non-signatories in the global stipulation. However, the non-signatories have issues they would like to litigate before the commission. Those issues generally cover billing errors, service quality, and associated metrics and regulatory asset treatment. All of those issues are addressed by the stipulations provisions, such as customer cost disallowances and in performance metrics plans we previously discussed. Staff's experts are Matthew Young, Tyrone Thomason, Kim Boland, and Jay Lubert. If there are any commission questions on those issues, any of those witnesses can readily step forward and explain how the settlement addresses the customer service concerns and questions about their testimony. Capital structure, ROE, cost of debt. Covering capital structure, the return on equity, and the cost of debt issues are our staff's expert, Chris Walters. If there are any questions about capital structure, please direct your attention to Mr. Walters. If you have questions about the global stipulation, please direct your questions to Kim Boland, who is ready to explain how the settlement addresses these issues. The fuel adjustment clause. We anticipate some cross-examination on the fuel adjustment clause's impact on the revenue requirement. While the global non-unanimous stipulation agrees to several aspects of the FAC, including a 95/5 sharing mechanism, transmission expense levels, and an FAC base of $13.97 per megawatt hour, staff, along with the signatories of the global stipulation, satisfactorily resolve the impact of base fuel on the revenue requirement via black box settlement. However, the non-signatories did not waive cross-examination and openings for the fuel adjustment clause. Therefore, staff witness Brooke Mastroianni and Sean Lange, who sponsored testimony on these topics, will be available for any questions the commission may have. Ozark Beach Crane Extension. Project Niemeyer wrote testimony on Ozark Beach's crane extension. If you have further questions about the global stipulation, please direct your questions to staff expert Claire Eubanks. The additional issues is generally covering AMI disconnect policies, and Cody King wrote testimony on modifying Empire's tariff to allow sub-free options for customers who opt out of AMI meters, and is here for any questions you may have. If you have any questions regarding this issue within the global stipulation, please direct your questions again to staff expert Claire Eubanks. Turning now to a few issues that remain before the commission. The market price protection mechanism, issue 128, is another contested issue left unresolved by the global stipulation. The stipulating parties have agreed that MPPM has no current revenue impact and have suggested essentially moving the issue out of the current case and deferring the decision on it to a later time. For the record, staff's position on MPPM, as filed in our statement of positions, is that the commission's previous orders should be upheld. For example, the standing definition of the PPA replacement value. We did not take a position on some of the sub-issues, like how to calculate a non-zero replacement, if one were warranted, or how to handle related transmission credits, because at the time of this case, staff's position is that the PPA replacement value is zero. If the commission chooses to reach merits on issue 128 in this case, staff will support our filed position that no immediate change is needed. And if the commission has questions regarding the PPA replacement value as it pertains to MPPM, staff witness Marina Gonzalez, who wrote testimony on this mechanism, can be made available to provide our analysis. Should you have questions about staff's decision on deferring this issue to a new case, please direct your questions to staff expert Jay Lubert and Kim Boland. In conclusion, Staff wholeheartedly supports the non-unanimous global stipulation and agreement as the appropriate resolution of this case. We believe the settlement, as presented, satisfies the Commission's rate-making standards and is consistent with the evidence presented in the case and the law. It isn't a compromise for compromise's sake. It is a carefully crafted outcome that improves customer protections and holds Empire accountable, while still ensuring Empire has the revenue it genuinely needs to provide safe and adequate service going forward. The settlement's terms were negotiated with an eye on public interest, and the agreement as a whole strikes the right balance between Empire's financial health and the customer's interests in reasonable, affordable service. All of staff's witnesses stand ready to testify that, in their expert opinions, the components of this settlement are reasonable and that the package together is no more than what is necessary for Empire to meet its obligations to its customers. We are prepared to support this stipulation as our joint position throughout this hearing. And while non-signatories opposed the agreement, largely out of frustration with Empire's past service quality and with the overall size of the rate increase, we respectfully submit that these concerns have been fully addressed through the settlement's provisions. For example, the performance metrics and the financial adjustments discussed earlier. To put it simply, adopting the stipulation will yield rates that are fair, balanced, and lawful. Empire will have a reasonable opportunity to earn its return, and customers will have the assurance that they are paying a fair price under improved service standards. For all those reasons, on behalf of the staff of the Commission, I present the non-unanimous global stipulation and agreement as the proper resolution of this case. We recommend the Commission find this stipulation just, reasonable, and in the public interest, and to approve it. Staff's witnesses are available throughout this hearing to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vandergrift. Are there any questions for staff counsel? Okay, hearing none, you are excused. Thank you, sir. Next on my list is the Office of the Public Counsel. Mr. Williams, the floor is yours. Yes, please.
May it please the Commission. My name is Nathan Williams, and I am appearing on behalf of the Office of Public Counsel, who represents the public in this case. I'm going to lead off by saying I don't think anybody disputes that Liberty has been providing inadequate customer service. We have the billing investigation case. We've had all the billing issues. There are additional customer service issues. It's our position that because Liberty service has been inadequate, the Commission should not entertain its rate increase request at this time. It should require Liberty to show that it's fixed its inadequate service problems, and then it can have the opportunity to come in and seek a rate increase. We're not taking issue with the expenditures it's made. We don't believe that delaying Liberty's opportunity to get an increase will put the company in financial peril. It's financed through its affiliates, who are the ones that seek money from the markets. It recently got a $300 million cash infusion from its issuance of its securitization bonds. And currently, in 2024, it had, I'm gonna find this part. Its Moody credit metrics in 2024 were as high as or better than those of Ameren, Missouri, Evergy, Missouri West, and Evergy, Missouri Metro. Turning back to the customer service issues, I have given you a handout, and it provides some perspective on how Liberty Electric compares to its peers. One side's a bar chart and the other side's a graph. The bar chart shows the average residential electric customer arrearages during the months of January through August of this year among the investor-owned utilities that you rate regulate. It also shows the number of arrearage accounts at Liberty Electric. As you can see, one bar on that chart stands out across the board. The flip side graph is a comparison of Liberty Electric's J.D. Power rankings from 2010 through 2024 compared to the lowest ranking electric utility in the country in each of those years. If you have questions about either the chart or the graph, please ask them of Dr. Jeff Mark when he takes the stand. As you may know, there are 727 public comments in this case. The Commission held a total of 8 local public hearings at which 173 members of the public, including at least 8 office-holding local leaders, testified. 3 months have passed since those hearings. Our office feels the Commission would benefit by viewing pieces of testimony from those hearings now to remind it of some of the concerns members of the public raised. If you would show the first clip.
No business stays in business with bad customer care. I have several properties and they get mine all mixed up. When I call, sometimes you get cut off. Well, let me check. Maybe you need to talk to someone else. I feel like they have not been informed on how to treat the customer, or they do not know where to go to get the answers.
Their customer service has been terrible.
Flashing lights, flickering lights, power outages.
Street lights have gone unrepaired for months and some even years. We had a recent structure fire in our town. We called for Liberty to come disconnect the meter. It took over 40 minutes for someone to arrive.
I have been experiencing power outages, irregular billing, and piss poor customer service.
They are so incompetent, and it's been over a year. You get no bill, you get 2 bills in one day and another one the next day after that. If it was at a business here in town, their accounting department would be fired.
When April called, nothing. May, we called several times, nothing. Called in June, July, August. As soon as we moved, we got all of our bills all at once. It was a almost $4,000 bill.
We run a manufacturing facility which can consume 1,500 kilowatt hours a month to 15,000 kilowatt hours a month. I'm pretty familiar with all the equipment and the electricity draw and where the bill should be. When the bill was a lot less than I was expecting, obviously I was pretty happy about that. But whenever the grand bill came in and it was $7,000, it needed to be paid immediately. It was difficult to kind of manage that.
Didn't see a bill in November, didn't see one in December, January, February, March, April. Hey, you got a bill. It was quite a bit of money, several $100s. So I called just to make sure it was supposed to be paid. I had it set up for auto payment. That bill did not get auto paid. Finally in May, the auto pay went through. There is a challenge with Liberty managing their own business.
My billing is erratic. I don't know what I'm being charged for. I don't know my kilowatt usage. I don't know what my off-peak usage was. I can't go back and disseminate what I'm being charged.
Product manager came in and said, I need a 40% price increase. I'd start asking, what are the comparables? I look at White River Electric. They just announced a rate increase. Their first rate increase since 2017 is 6.1%. While I value what Liberty Electric does, I can assure you as a former Whitewater River customer, that utility provides excellent service as well. I had no experience with electricity going out. I had no experience with problems expanding my power infrastructure through that utility. Their cost of electricity this year is going up 8%. It's hard to reconcile that 8% that they're experiencing against a near 40% increase that's being asked of us.
Reasonable rates can be and are expected with any kind of servicing, but 21 years up until January, I was living in McDonald County on NUMAC electricity. The rate was 13 cents. Now it's 16.8, and that amounts to a 29% increase over 21 years, which is 1.39%. Rural electric that goes over the mountains and the hills and the dales of McDonald County can keep their rates down versus cities. I don't understand.
From an economic standpoint, it's harmful to business for this area. We're already at a low cost of living area. My brother built a spec home, a really, really nice, economical 2-bed, 2-bath house in town. They've had several people call and say, I would love to make an offer on this house. But what utility company is it on? It's a deal breaker because it's Liberty. So that house is set on the market at a fair market price because it's on Liberty. This is harming my family directly. This is harming my American dream.
We've had our rates raised over and over and over again. I have a store in Joplin. I don't turn my air conditioner on in it. Other businesses in Joplin, they don't turn their air conditioners on. They don't turn their heaters on. We can't afford it.
Within the past 2 weeks, 4 small businesses that we are friends with and that we know have had to fold.
I own the bowling alley here. An increase of what you're asking is going to raise my electric bill about $1,400 to $1,500 a month. You think you're just charging these people 30%. By the time you tack on people like me that have to raise our prices, people at the grocery stores tack on another 10 to 15% to those people as well. And you have a lady over here crying she can't put shoes on her kids' feet. How's she going to buy food when we have to raise our prices? I'm about priced out. Right now, I'm going to be charging more than people going to Springfield. So it's cheaper for them to drive to Springfield to do whatever they want to do than it is to do in our local community. And that hurts us. What you're proposing on me is about $20,000 a year. That's 2 or 3 part-time kids that work for me. I'm going to have to let go. You're not just raising us 30 to 40%. You're raising approximately about 50% by the time you look at what it's going to cost everywhere else. You're going to close down lots of different things in this community, and it's going to be a ghost town.
I was at a car dealership. The dealer said to me, "Where are you from?" I said, "Aurora." He goes, "Oh, the town with the most expensive electricity there is." Everybody knows. Everybody knows Liberty. Everybody knows they don't want Liberty.
The evidence from the local public hearing shows that Liberty is providing inadequate customer service. At the same time, it is charging its customers with some of the highest electric bills, not only in southwest Missouri, but also throughout Missouri and the nation. It shows that large numbers of those customers already are economically challenged by low fixed incomes or rely on public assistance, and they are faced with having to choose between basic necessities such as food, medicine, and utilities. It also shows that increasing Liberty electric bills not only impacts individuals, but also businesses, and through the ripple effect, the local economies. The larger those increases, the greater the impacts. Because Liberty's customer service is inadequate, the Commission should require Liberty to show that it is providing the customer service its customers deserve before the Commission entertains a case to increase Liberty's rates. Public Counsel is not suggesting that the Commission discontinue Liberty's authority for a fuel adjustment clause. We're suggesting basically the Commission maintain the status quo. Public Counsel disagrees that continuing Liberty's current rates would have drastic financial impacts on Liberty. It is apparent that Liberty delayed filing this case as long as it could in the hope that it could improve its customer service before it felt it needed to file a general rate case to continue its fuel adjustment clause. Liberty Electric, as I said earlier, recently got about $300 million in cash when it issued its securitization bonds early last year. And although it relies on affiliates for capital injection, its Moody credit metrics in 2024 were as high or better than those of Ameren Missouri, Evergy Missouri West, and Evergy Missouri Metro. If, despite Liberty's customer service issues, the Commission decides to redesign Liberty's electric rates now, then when it does so, the Commission should take into account not only the parties' positions on the cost of service rate-making issues, but also the poor quality of Liberty's customer service and the customer affordability of an increase. While the Commission, at Liberty's insistence, established a true-up cutoff date of March 31, 2025 for purposes of truing up particular items, including, quote, fuel and purchase power expense to include but not limited to updated contract prices for fuel, wind power, fuel transportation, and fuel storage, close quote, and ordered, quote, parties may propose the incorporation of discrete adjustments beyond the true-up period, provided they are known and measurable, close quote. The Exhibits 200 and 201, which I've handed to you, show that Liberty not only proposed fuel and purchase power expense and market prices in its direct based on forecasted 2025 natural gas prices rather than known and measurable gas prices, it also did so based on forecasted 2026 natural gas prices in its true-up. Public Counsel found nothing in Liberty's pre-filings or work papers where Liberty disclosed it was using forecasts for its fuel and purchase power expense. This is not the only instance where Liberty made beyond true-up cutoff date discrete adjustments, but it is one where Public Counsel could not determine that Liberty had done so before Liberty answered the specific data requests that Public Counsel submitted to it. While there are a multitude of cost of service rate making issues in this case, aside from discrete adjustments, two stand out in particular. The first is Liberty's administrative and general expense. Based on the annual average of $149 per customer of the administrative and general expenses that Evergy Missouri West, Evergy Missouri Metro, and Ameren Missouri reported on their 2024 Federal Energy Regulatory Commission Form 1s, Public Counsel is advocating that the Commission include the amount of $149 per customer for an annual total of $24,483,862 for administrative and general expense for Liberty, instead of the $402 per customer Liberty reported on its FERC Energy Regulatory Commission Form 1. The difference between Public Counsel and staff on this issue causes Public Counsel's annual revenue requirement to be about $22,479,519 below staff's pre-settlement position. The second issue that stands out is the revenue requirement impact of reducing rate base by accumulated depreciation. Starting at March 31, 2025, that accumulated depreciation impact is about $10,673,110 per month, based on a rate of return of 6.5% and a tax gross up factor of 1.31. That depreciation impact on revenue requirement is a reduction of about $908,815 per month. As a discrete adjustment from March 31, 2025 through January 31, 2026, Liberty's revenue requirement would be reduced by about $9.09 million. Before I close my opening, our office would like for you to see again the local public hearing testimony of the police chief of both Aurora and Marionville, as he well expresses many of the public's concerns. If you'd play the second clip.
I'm here today not as an expert in utilities, but I'm also someone that has sworn an oath to protect and serve the people who will bear the weight of y'all's decision. And that's why I felt like I kind of needed to say something. The citizens I serve are good people. They are the people who would bring a casserole to a neighbor that's in need. They are the people who would fill a hospital waiting room if I was seriously injured. They are people who would give what they can even when they don't have much themselves. But this town is not wealthy. When I'm called to a home where the power is off in the middle of July and I'm kneeling on the floor of a sweltering house giving CPR to an elderly resident who couldn't afford their electric bill, that's why I decided to stand up and say something. When my officers and I at 1 o'clock in the morning deliver blankets to some little kids in January because their parents can't afford to turn on the heat, that's why I decided to stand up. The proposed 30 to 40% increase is not just a number on a ledger. It's the difference between a family eating dinner or sitting in the dark. I just implore you to look beyond the financial charts and corporate projections and see what the human cost is here.
I submit that what Liberty's proposing to do now are things that it should have done previously with regard to customer service, and customers never should have seen the impacts that they have from Liberty's billing issues and other customer service issues that have gone on for a year and a half or longer. My understanding is that there's been a communication issue between the AMI meters and getting it to the office. I think that predates the April 2024 rollout of Customer First and its billing impacts on customers that have been so horrific. I encourage you to ask questions of Dr. Jeff Mark on the customer service issues. I'll try to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Are there any questions for Mr. Williams of the Office of the Public Counsel? Hearing none, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next is Mr. Opitz. Representing MECG. Welcome, the floor is yours.
Good morning, may it please the Commission. Tim Opitz on behalf of MECG. Just to briefly reiterate, we are a signatory to the non-unanimous stipulation agreement. Those terms, in my view, comply with the legal standards that you would have to apply to this case, and it presents a reasonable outcome for customers, particularly those that I represent. I believe it also has a lot in there for residential customers and those who are facing the customer billing issues in there. Just a few metrics to highlight that I believe Liberty touched on, but you know, their initial case was 153 million. That's an increase of about 30%. Their true-up case is higher than that now. I believe that's driven by fuel, but I'm sure the other witnesses will talk about that. You know, the staff's case at Sir Rebuttal, I think, is around 129 million. What we've stipulated to is a 97 million increase over current revenues. You know, if I listen to the numbers that I just heard, a 22 million and a 9 million reduction for two discrete issues mentioned a moment ago, you add those to 97 million, it basically gets you to staff's case. You know, I think the revenue requirement is very impactful still at 97 million. I think it's a little over 19%. And I appreciate the company being willing to phase in these rates at no carrying costs over 3 years, because when I've talked with, you know, plant managers or finance people at these companies, when they're told that the increase will be 19%, you know, that's not a happy conversation for me to have with them. Just as it is, I'm sure, residential customers to think about that. So the phase in where they're able to adjust that over, you know, I think it was 6% or a little higher than 6% each year is a big advantage that we've reached in this stipulation. So I would ask the Commission to approve those terms. You know, and I'll mention one additional component of that stipulation that is important to MECG is the company has agreed to not file for a rate increase for 24 months after the effective date of rates in this case. And so in our mind, that gives some certainty about the rates that customers are paying. One, because we know what this increase is going to be on an annual basis, and two, because we know they're not going to file to increase it prior to that time period extending. So happy to answer any questions and make myself available for that.
Thank you, Mr. Opitz. Are there any questions for counsel for MECG? Hearing none, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And lastly, we have Consumers Council of Missouri.
Thank you, Your
Mr.
Honor.
Kaufman, go ahead.
May it please the Commission. My name is John Kaufman, representing the Consumers Council of Missouri. I guess I'll start off. There were two things that my client wanted to communicate. First of all, they want to sincerely thank the Commission for having the local public hearings that they had in this case. It takes a lot of effort. It's not easy, but I think it's really commendable to go down and meet customers where they are and to hear their stories. This is the Public Service Commission, and sometimes I think the faces and voices of those people are forgotten when we get into this room. And so I really appreciate the Public Council reminding us, and appreciate that it is sworn testimony. So because of the public hearing and because of these issues, you now have a record of sworn testimony. And I know there'll be folks that'll quibble and say, well, that's not expert testimony. You can't consider it in the same way other testimony is considered, and get into a bunch of legal debates about the evidentiary nature of it. My opinion is that customers are experts at least in one thing, and that is their customer experience. Which is the issue that we're going to start off with today. And so those comments that you heard are sworn testimony by people who are expert in what kind of customer experience they have. The second thing I want to say is that Consumers Council wanted you to know that they did not come by the position they're taking in this case lightly. They've never taken a position before, but they've never seen a case quite like this before. We are joining the Office of Public Counsel in its request that you order no rate increase, at least no revenue requirement increase in this case. Allow the utility to utilize the fuel adjustment clause to respond to largely fuel cost increases. And if you do so, we do not believe that you would run afoul of any legal concerns, that the utility would still be able to borrow and would still have a reasonable opportunity to earn. But the commission has broad discretion as to the manner in which it allows things, and saying to this utility, we're not going to allow a rate increase until you clean up these problems. That is within your discretion to allow that. And I would note that under Missouri law, the commission has very specific and strong authority as to billing. And so that, as to that issue, I think the commission has more than your normal amount of authority and discretion to address the issues here. I've been doing this 36 years, I've been working in this 36 years tomorrow. And when I started, there was a lot more talk about cost of service rate making being a surrogate for competition. And I'm reminded of that when I hear these comments that were made at the public hearing that, you know, if people had a choice, they would go to a co-op. If they had a choice, they would go to CUS Springfield or some other municipal, because Liberty, Empire, their electric rates are the highest in the state. And based on this, likely the lowest customer service in the state. That's not a situation that the commission should be recognizing as business as usual. The commission should insist that the standards of billing and customer service improve. And there are some promising steps that have been taken just recently by Empire, and we appreciate that they are taking things more seriously. But the test year in this case, the period that we have evidence in the record, is that they have a terrible customer service and billing situation. Now, unfortunately, we don't have any report from the staff's investigation. We're glad that there's an investigation going on, but we don't even know the scope of that investigation or what the investigators have uncovered yet. We had hoped that that report would be out by now, and that could be comprehensively considered in this case. But not knowing what is going to be in that report, I think that's another reason that the commission should delay any rate increase until the steps that have been taken start showing these numbers go up and the numbers improve. And I think there's some testimony here that it's going to take some time, a year, maybe more, to do that. And speaking of the length of time, it's what, you know, I've seen utilities have kerfluffles and you know, challenges in transitioning from one billing system to another, but not one that has persisted this long. And I was not involved in the previous Liberty rate case, but looking at the record of that, it seems that many of the problems that were complained about by the public go back even further, years even further. This is not a problem that has just developed recently. And at the very least, the problems with the customer first software, you know, it went live in April 2024. So it's been a year and a half, and covering the test year and the update period in this case, things did not improve during that period of time. In my memory, you have to go back to Missouri Gas Energy and their billing problems in 1995 before you see a problem that is this severe with billing. You can go back and look at how the Missouri Commission handled that in 1995. It was ultimately finally resolved in 1997. But the billing problems themselves only lasted a few months. And so I think this is really unprecedented in how long the problems here have persisted. Again, you have a lot of tools. You don't have to grant, a rate of return at any particular level as long as you're not denying the utility its ability to go forward. And I would argue that billing and customer service is part of adequate service. And so this utility is not currently providing adequate service, and so it should not necessarily receive a rate increase as normal. Moving on to other issues, to be clear, we object to the $97 million rate increase. Part of it, there are parts of the non-unanimous settlement that we do not oppose. For instance, rate design, we think that that is a fair resolution, and hopefully that would be adopted as to, if there is any particular change in rates. We also have some issues with the fuel adjustment clause and the sharing mechanism there. I would note that the non-unanimous stipulation would implement a $97 million rate increase, and at the end of it, there would be a rate-based addition. And so it's much more than $97 million. And as far as customer first, that is a deferral that would then be presumably allowed at the end of this process. And so the deferral, if ultimately approved, would make the utility whole as if there was really no disallowance at all. We think that the utility needs to face more serious consequences, and I think that pretty much sums it up. We'll have more to say perhaps on a couple of these issues as we go. I know this is a difficult case, and I wish you luck in finding a fair, just, and reasonable result.
Thank you, Mr. Kaufman. I'll call for questions, and Chair Hahn, go ahead.
Mr. Kaufman, do you have a witness at Planet?
We don't have a witness on the customer experience. We had a rate design witness, which may be waived. I'm not sure and we have a witness on customer programs and affordability, and his name is Jim Thomas, and is scheduled to be here tomorrow.
Okay.
Was there a particular issue you were wondering about?
Yeah, there was a couple that were hit on. You'd mentioned that Liberty has the highest rates in the state, and I think you may even have specifically mentioned White River, or was that? Maybe that was in the video earlier.
They may have higher rates. I'm not aware of White River's rates. I would say I only know that they have the highest of the utilities regulated by the commission.
Okay. And is that just on the per kilowatt hour, or the customer charge, or both average bill?
Oh, just the per kilowatt hour.
Okay. There was something else earlier, but I can't recall. I may have to ask later. Okay. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Mr. Kaufman? Hearing none, thank you, sir. Let's move. Sorry, let's back up just a second. Go ahead, Chair.
Sorry, Mr. Kaufman, I remember. I think you said Consumers Council position would be to be the same as the OPC's position of $0 now, and waiting until they fix the service issues.
Mm-hmm.
So in Consumers Council's view, if they do over the next 2 years or so fix customer service issues, what happens to rates in the next rate case, presuming then they do get recovery of the customer first system, and they could potentially get recovery for even a longer period? How would Consumers Council work to mitigate the rate shock that would happen then?
I mean, there are a variety of ways you can address rate shock. Phase-ins is one of them. I would think for us, the most important thing here is that we feel that if the utility receives a rate increase, as if as they would if there weren't as many problems with the adequate billing system, that we're just not convinced that the problems will get fixed. We want to see the problems fixed before they get their rate increase. And if there are disallowances in this case, certain costs are disallowed, that's not precedent for what happens down the road. And so they could be, the commission could look at it fresh in the next case and allow what was disallowed in this case if they had better evidentiary support in the future. Does that answer your question, or is?
I think so. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. That will wrap up our opening statements. I'd like to move directly into our first issue, which is customer experience. And these will be Empire's witnesses. Go ahead.
Judge, we would call to the stand Ms. Amy Walt.
Good morning, Ms. Walt.
Good morning.
If you would raise your right hand and repeat after our, let me swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be truthful?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And would you please state and spell your full name for our court reporter?
Yes, my name is Amy Walt, A-M-Y-W-A-L-T.
Thank you. And Mr. Cooper, your witness.
Very briefly, Ms. Walt, you are the Chief Customer Officer that was mentioned earlier in Ms. Carter's opening statement.
I am.
And you would, it's your understanding that your testimony has been admitted as Exhibits 53, 54, and 55 into the evidence, in this case?
Yes, that's correct.
And is it accurate to say that that recommendations found in that testimony would be modified as necessary to support the non-unanimous global stipulation agreement that was filed in this case?
Yes, I agree with that.
Your Honor, I would tender Ms. Walt for cross-examination.
Thank you. And I'm going to go a little slow through this witness, just because this is going to be our first instance of dealing with signatories and cross-examination. So the order I have would normally be MECG, which is a signatory, then staff, which is a signatory, and so that brings us to Consumers Counsel for a cross-exam. Mr. Kaufman, your witness.
Thank you. I might have a couple. Good morning, Ms. Walt.
Good morning.
So it's my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, that you have laid out a number of metrics that you believe Liberty Empire should be following, and that you propose to track over time to hopefully show some improvement in the billing and customer service issues?
Yes, that's correct.
And in your opinion, how long do you think it will take to show data that can tell one way or another whether the changes that are being made now are going to bear fruit and show improvement?
So we have, the metrics are being populated every week. We go through a review of those every week. We are now committed to coming back every month to share those results so that you'll be able to see the performance as well as the drill down into each one of those metrics. We've created Paretos, which is basically just an understanding of what are the largest pain points under each of those metrics, and then a commitment to what are the actions we're taking against each of those pain points. So in September, we spoke about delayed bills. The number one issue was collectives, and laid out a plan of how we're attacking that, and that approach has begun to take place. And so we will now be going through our plan, do, check, act process, which is part of our lean operating model to track that and be able to show you that progress on delayed bills reducing because of those actions. And I expect to be able to do that for each of those metrics each month when we come to present those metrics.
Okay. Is one of the metrics that you hope to track the number of corrected bills?
Cancel rebills as seen by customers? Absolutely.
Okay. Cancel bills that need to be rebilled because they weren't correct in the first instance, is that?
That's correct, and that they actually went out to the customer, creating that negative experience, right? So the customer received a bill, it was incorrect, we had to correct it, and then they receive a corrected bill, and so that can create confusion for our customers, and so we will definitely be tracking those and understanding what's the number one issue of why those are happening.
And during 2024, which was roughly the test year for this case, about how many cancel rebills were there in 2024? this utility.
Not sure I have that with me up here. Oops. I do not have that number up here with
What-
me.
Was it more than 85,000 bills that needed to be corrected?
I am not familiar with that number. I'm sorry. I don't have that number in front of me.
Okay.
I have where it is today. Today, we're at 295, I'm sorry, cancel rebills. We have 475 cancel rebills as of the last 30 days that have went out to our customers that we're tracking.
How, could you give me that number again?
475
Okay, for 1 month.
for a rolling 30 days, yes.
Okay, got it. That's all I have, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kaufman. That'll take us to Office of Public Counsel. Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Ms. Wald.
Good morning.
When did you join Liberty?
I joined Liberty on June 30th, 2025.
Are you familiar, did Liberty have communications issues with its AMI meters?
Since I have been here, I will say I have not seen that as a number one issue of having AMI meters not coming in to the meter data management system.
Was it an issue in the past?
I understand we did have some concerns around the data being fed from the meter data management system into the billing system.
And did Liberty take steps to deal with those issues?
That is my understanding. I don't have those specifics, but I do see improvement as I look across the metrics, so I do see improvement in that data.
Well, wasn't that a cause of a lot of estimated billing in the past, to your understanding?
Yes.
And do you know how Liberty addressed bringing that issue? I don't know what I don't want to say it was completely resolved, but to address that issue at this point, do you know what Liberty has done?
I don't have the specifics on the actions, but I do see today, as I look at consecutive estimates greater than 2 months, we have 295 customers who are experiencing that, so a significant improvement from where we've been. So and we only see less than 1% of the intervals being estimated, which was a data request that we had received, that we provided some data around. So as we look at those averages, we're seeing only less than 1% of the intervals, which we measure every 15-minute intervals. We get those reads, and we see less than 1% of them being estimated at this time.
Well, didn't Liberty institute, if it failed to get data from a meter, accessing the data in the meter a second time as opposed to just relying on one read for billing purposes?
It does ping more than once to the meter to get that register read. So if we were looking to get those monthly register reads to go out to the customers, and so it will ping it multiple times to try to get that read for that register read that we use for billing.
How many times or multiple times?
I believe it's 3, but I'm sure there's another witness who might know that for sure, but I believe it's 3 times that we ping the meter.
Do you know when that change was instituted?
I'm not sure of that exact date.
Predates you?
Predates me, yes.
Has Liberty changed since, let's make it when customer first went live, which I think was April of 2024. Has Liberty changed how it, when it designates a read to be estimated?
I understand that it has. I know in our settlement agreement, we have agreed to take a step back and look at our estimation routines and get some additional industry standards on how companies do designate estimate on the bill. So what we do today is if we don't get that register read for the month, then we designate that to be an estimated. If we do get the register read, we count it as an actual read. And so we want to go out and get some additional industry information about what do others do when we're using time of use rates. So we have on-peak, off-peak rates. What do they designate? What percentage of estimates have to be there for intervals, things like that, or are they also using register reads? So that's part of the settlement, to get some additional information on that and then modify our routine that would match an industry standard approach for estimation.
Are the register reads dependent on the interval reads?
No, it's a separate ping to the meter.
Well, you're talking about in terms of getting data back. I'm talking about within the meter, do you know?
It's designated within the meter data management system where all the reads come in, it would be designated as the register read, knowing that that's the bill cycle for that customer. So when that read comes in, it gets designated as a register read. But the meter itself doesn't know, the meter's just giving us information.
Well, what I'm really trying to get at is the register read an accumulation of the interval reads, or is it independent of the interval
Independent.
reads?
Independent of the interval reads.
But if you had an interval that was lost, would it show up in the register read?
No. It's just one of the 15-minute interval reads that comes through, and it gets designated as the read that's going to get used for billing, and then it compares it to the prior month's register read, and the difference between those two reads becomes the usage for the month for the customer. And then the system also looks at the individual intervals and says, here's what's on peak, here's what's off peak, and passes that over into billing as well.
Well, what I'm trying to understand is whether the register reads are an accumulation of the interval reads, or if the data is captured totally independently of the interval reads for the register reads.
It's independent of the interval reads, but it is an interval read in itself.
Well, okay, it's a monthly interval read though, right?
It's a
Register
read
reads.
that comes in as a number, like here's the number on the meter, and then it says here's what the number was last month, and the difference between those two numbers would be the usage for the customer. So it has to be an actual read last month, it has to be an actual read this month, and the difference between the two becomes the customer's usage.
Okay, and I'm just to be trying to get this very, very clear.
Yeah,
What I'm
please.
trying to get at is the difference between the monthly reads reflected in the interval reads, or, for example, if you lost, I don't know, say 2 hours of interval reads, would that also show up in the register read, or would the register read be done totally independent of the interval reads?
Totally independent of the register read.
And again, the register read is just a read at a point in time every basically 30 days, monthly.
That comes in every 15 minutes, and it's one of those that
No,
comes
the
in.
register reads.
The register read is also that read that comes in every 15 minutes, but it's designated as a register read.
Okay, I'm learning things here.
Sorry. And
No,
then there's
don't be.
billing determinants, right, that tell us the on-peak and off-peak, so that the billing determinants, where it's adding up what did we use between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m., that's also passed over, so that it can designate that monthly usage between on-peak and off-peak.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions of
Okay.
this witness
All
at
right,
this time.
thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Are there any any commissioner questions? Madam Chair, go ahead.
Good morning, Ms. Walt.
Good morning.
Earlier I had asked Empire's counsel about decisions on the in-person customer service centers. Does that fall under your authority?
It does.
Okay. As part of the stipulation and agreement, there's nothing in there about staffing levels or even reopening the in-person customer service center in Aurora. What is Liberty's plan moving forward for staffing the in-person customer service centers, particularly in Bolivar and Aurora?
Yeah, so we are looking across all of our opportunities to service our customers, and we want to make sure that it is the most convenient for our customers that it can be. And what we actually find is that our customers would like to have more convenience, and so what we've done is expand a third-party pay agent, so they can go into a Walmart, they can go into a CVS, they can go into a Dollar General, and make their payments. So as they're out doing their shopping, they can also make those payments. We've done studies that show that there is those available alternatives, third-party pay agents that are within a couple miles from our walk-in centers. So right now, our strategy is really to continue to monitor those walk-in centers and understand where customers are in need, but also to make alternatives for our customers that are actually cheaper. The walk-in centers are an incredibly expensive way to service our customers that all customers have to bear, and there's a very small number of customers that use those service centers. And so we are evaluating those opportunities to serve our customers in different ways. We have improvements we need to make to our digital channels that customers have given us feedback around as well as our customer service. How do we make improvements there? So that has really been our focus. The Bolivar office continues to be open, continues to be staffed. We see that continuing, and we're going to continue to assess the traffic there to see if we can offer alternatives and continue to promote the alternatives to our customers that are actually more convenient for them. They have extended hours, they have expanded geographies, and they're cheaper for the remainder of the customer base.
I don't disagree that long-term, once the billing issues are resolved, that it makes sense to make it easier for folks to pay their bill. But I think what I heard during the local public hearings is that folks need to be able to talk to someone without being on the phone for hours on end to get their bill resolved. And so in the short term, or while the system is being, worked on, improved, I still remain concerned about staffing at the in-person centers. And I consistently heard, folks would go and there'd be a very long line. And before, I know we're considering all options in the OPC's and Consumers Council's position versus the stipulation agreement, but I remain concerned about the in-person customer service centers, and since I didn't see anything about it, and I kind of hear you saying you don't plan to change anything, I'm hoping that you will continue to think about that.
Yeah, I think it's something that we're monitoring and watching. I think, as we were rolling out these metrics and really understanding where the challenges are for our customers. In September, we only had 11 complaints come in from our customers. That's what they wanted to talk about, right? I'm having a complaint, I can't get it resolved. We had over 100 complaints coming in per month at a time, and now we're down to 11 for the month of September. So we are seeing those improvements, and so I think if there's a need, we absolutely would love to, we came to the town halls that were in Aurora and in Bolivar to make sure that we had our staff there to answer questions. We'd love to engage with others. We've talked a little bit with some of the other parties here about, how can we be of service to them in ways that don't cost, we have to hire security, you have to have the staffing, you have to have people come and collect the cash, and there's just a lot of expense to a walk-in center. But we absolutely remain committed to serving those customers and making sure they can get answers. So that's something we'll continue to explore.
I would urge you to do so. Driving by, I understand what the customers, specifically in Aurora, were saying, which is we have this beautiful Liberty building and it's locked. And I think that presents a we're not here to help you image, whether or not that's the company's intention. And so I really would urge you to think about your in-person customer service centers. We even heard testimony in Bolivar that folks would go to try to work on their bills, but there's inadequate seating. There were so many folks there. There were not, and people were so nice about how they described the Bolivar Customer Service Center personnel, that they want to help them, but they are inequipped, right? They don't know the system, so they can't help, and there's just not enough customer service agents there. So I think that really does have to be addressed here. So thank you for describing your approach.
No, I appreciate your feedback, and it's definitely something we'll keep an eye on for sure.
Are there any other commissioner questions for Ms. Walt?
Yes, Judge, this is Commissioner Kochmeyer.
Commissioner, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Judge. First of all, I want to say that I share the chair's comments about the local service centers. The customers at the local public hearing made it really loud and clear that that's what they want, that's what they like, that's what they've had for a long time. So, thank you. Mrs. Walt, did you attend any of the local public hearings?
I did. I attended 3 of them.
And the others that you didn't attend, did you listen or did you go back and listen?
I had the transcripts and I've read the transcripts.
Okay, that's good. Those local public hearings were very eye-opening to listen to the customers and the customer service and the billing problems, and that length rang loud and clear. The OPC did a very good job with their video editing, and that was just a very small sample of the customer experience. Do your branch offices, local offices, are they tied into the main computer? Are the computers all tied together?
Yes, they're all on our SAP platform, yes.
And that sounds like a really crazy or wild question in 2025, but it almost sounded like there was no connection between the local office and the main office or the main computers. The other thing was we were told that I think more than once they would go to the local branch and try to pay a bill, and they say they didn't owe anything or they couldn't find anything, and then 3 or 4 days later they get like 4 bills in the mail. Has that issue been taken care of?
Yeah, so we believe that was happening primarily because of the delayed bill issue. So customers were, their bill doesn't show up because their bill had an issue and it got kind of pulled, if you will, and needed corrections to be made. And so as those corrections are being made, if they're asking, how much do I owe? What's my bill? We're going to say there's no bill available. There's nothing that you owe right now. There's no bill outstanding. And then once those bills were getting corrected, because at that time it was taking us several months to get those bills corrected, customers were getting 3 and 4, even more in some cases, bills all at one time because they had all been corrected at that point. We were then offering payment plans to those customers for however many months they had been delayed, but of course that's a significant frustration for our customers. And that is why it's one of the key metrics we are measuring and monitoring is delayed bills. And as I look at the delayed bills metric that we have now, by far the number one issue that we have right now are those collective and joint use accounts that we've already received a waiver for, that we are already underway in correcting for our customers. I will say that collectives and joint use is not a standard functionality for SAP. It needed to be customized, and so the way that we did customize it initially created some challenges for our customers. We now are aligning, as Ms. Carter mentioned, we're aligning the meter read date, we're aligning the bill cycle so that we won't have these delays anymore. The bill will go out as soon as it's ready versus being held as it was previously. And we will see the number 1 and number 2 largest pain points for our customers here at Empire being resolved once those corrections are complete. And the way that we're doing it is being very measured to make sure we don't cause any confusion. We've sent out letters to these customers. There'll be a letter with the bill for these customers. We put messages in each of the local newspapers letting them know that we are doing this because it is it does affect a large number of customers. But this correction is getting at the root cause of the challenge these customers were experiencing. And we're doing it one bill cycle at a time. So we can measure this, we can monitor it, we can make sure that it's working, and we can make sure it's actually fixed. We can measure any feedback coming back from our customers as we make the corrections. And if we need to, we can stop and replan if there's anything that seems awry. So we just started this on October 8th. We did our first set of customers, and we're measuring and monitoring it as we speak to ensure that our number 1 pain issues can be eliminated for our customers. That by far, from what I can see in the data, is the number 1 and number 2 issues our customers were experiencing that can create that multiple bill or, feeling like they weren't getting a bill and then all of a sudden they're getting multiple bills.
Okay, thank you. I'm glad to hear that a lot of these issues are being resolved. I only have one more question, and that is on new customers. New installations and new customers would come in or get service, and then they would go 3 or 4 or 5 months without a bill, and they would go to the local service center, try to pay the bill, and there was no bill to be paid. Has new customers, has that issue been resolved?
I have not heard that issue since I've been here, so you can validate that, I think, with one of the other folks that are coming up here, but I have not heard that being an issue, and I do not see that currently as being one of our key issues in the metrics that we've created.
I believe it was Aurora, the local public hearing, that there was a gentleman that was a new connect, and then it took months to receive a bill. So anyway, thank you for your testimony. Thank you for responding to our questions. Sounds to me like things are turning around, which is good. That's needed to happen for the customers and the ratepayers. So thank you very much. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Commissioner Kolkmeyer. Chair has another question.
Sure. Thank you, Ms. Walt. Sure. OPC provided a chart that demonstrates average customer arrearage. In the stipulation agreement, there's $8.5 million for a forgiveness program. What's the estimation of the total amount of arrearages that your customers have now?
Yeah, so that's another one of the measures that we're monitoring, and so we're looking at the over 90-day arrears in our metric, and right now the customers have about $15.5 million of past due arrears. Primarily, we've seen that number double just since January, just because of the moratorium of 0 disconnects for any customers, residential or commercial, has not been occurring for over a year, and so we have seen where customers have just stopped paying anything towards their bills, and their bills have absolutely grown to very concerning levels.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other commissioner questions for Ms. Walt? All right, I'll ask one last time, but I do have some bench questions I'd like to follow up on. First, I'd like to kind of touch on this collective billing issue that you raised. You said you read the transcripts from several local public hearings. Mm-hmm. Did you read any complaints about combined billing?
I did, and we actually sat with one of the customers that was there. We actually pulled up his account and looked through it. He was a landlord. He had numerous issues, numerous houses that was creating issues for him as well, where he couldn't get his summary bill on time. He was having difficulty understanding why his meters were getting read at different times, and so this effort will actually correct that issue for him.
Thank you. But my question was, did you read that in the transcript?
In the transcripts, did I read that they had a collective issue?
Did you read in the transcript any customer mentioning a complaint about their collective billing?
Well, what I read in the transcripts is that customers were frustrated by delayed bills, and in some cases that was the reason why their bills were getting delayed, was collective. So when I look at delayed bills, greater than 30 days being delayed, collective and joint use are one of the primary issues. So customers weren't saying collective per se, but they were saying their bills are delayed, and they were confused why they're getting multiple bills all in 1 month and things like that.
I heard that too, but I did not connect that to them also not having their water bill with their electric bill or their gas bill with their water bill. You're saying that that's the cause?
That's the cause, yes.
Okay. As of today, are the AMI meters fully integrated into the billing module of Customer First?
Yes.
So the issue of the AMI meters and showing on the app for my account and also showing on the billing, that's all fixed now?
So, just to be clear, when what the meters talk to is a separate system called the Meter Data Management System. The data comes in through a head end, and then it goes into a meter data management system. It just passes over one piece of information for billing purposes to SAP, and then SAP does the billing. So what actually is shown on my account is information coming out of the meter data management system, not out of SAP. So we do still have issues where if they went through a billing correction, or if anything happened where anything was changed on their bill, it's not gonna be reflective on the My Account. We've tried to add some footnotes onto the My Account screens to say if you've experienced a bill correction, or if we've fixed your fixed your read in the billing system, that it's not gonna be reflective on the My Account. There's still some disconnects between what they're gonna see on their bill, and if they've had corrections, there'll still be a disconnect between the two systems.
Is there a timeline for when that will be fixed?
That would be a incredibly expensive fix. Like, that is how the utilities operate today. That's how most utilities are. Their reads are in two different systems. And so if we want to, we'll have to think about how do we reflect it in the My Account. But the My Account data will always come from a separate system from the billing system today. That's how it's been designed.
Which system came initially to Liberty? The My Account or Customer First?
I'm not sure, actually. I'm not sure of that.
Where is your office located?
My residence is in Houston, Texas, or the Woodlands, Texas, just north of Houston.
That's the office that you work out of? You said residence.
That's where I work out of, yes. My office would be in Canada, in Toronto, in Oakville.
Where do you work on a typical Monday through Friday?
Lately, it's been in Missouri, but so I travel to all the different offices, or I work from home in Texas, or I'm in the Canadian office.
Okay. And that kind of brings up another point in your testimony. You had said that APUC needed to purchase Customer First to help with its regulated utilities in combining all of their billing systems. Can you give us the experience of some of the other Liberty utilities that have implemented Customer First? Have they had similar problems?
They haven't had as significant of problems. I think Liberty did a few things right. We tried to do it by region. So we started with all of the East Coast utilities, and then we went to the West Coast and did those utilities, and then came to the Central region to do those utilities, trying to learn as we did it. The Central region is the first utility that had AMI, also the first that had time of use rates. And so those are primarily the two challenges. They also are the ones that have the most collective and joint use accounts in this particular region. So those three reasons really created the biggest challenges, and those are the three things that really we are trying to overcome here in the Central region. So the other areas had some challenges, but nowhere near what we saw here in the Central region.
Your testimony also mentioned that you were going to be implementing the lean standard. I could not find what that stands for. Would you please tell me?
It's actually from Toyota. It's based in it's a operating model in which it really provides transparency, and so it's founded in three components around providing for cadences. So you're creating very strong touch points. So every day I meet with my team. We go through safety, quality, cost, delivery, and morale. Those are like components of this operating model that we explore, and we really try to understand if there's any problems every single day that can be addressed. We meet every week to look at our visual management, which is the dashboards and the scorecards I've spoke about. We do problem-solving sessions where you actually write up what is the true problem, and you get to the root cause of that problem using cross-functional problem solving, and then you create a standard once you've deployed a new approach. And so those four aspects of the approach is what I'm bringing to Liberty, what I've also brought to my previous utilities as well, to really drive transformation and drive us to top quartile performance for our customers.
Your testimony also acknowledged that earlier statements of a 2 to 3 month fix were inaccurate. Do you have a timeline now to fix the billing issues?
I don't have a specific timeline to when we will be at a standard place, but what I do commit to is every single month you will see improvements. So every single month that we come and we share our numbers and our data, we are getting to root causes of these issues, and we're going to be presenting what it is that we're working on and how we're going to be fixing them. So every month you will see improvement. Prior utilities, when I was at Consumers Energy, it probably took about 2.5 years. At Entergy, which is the last place I was, it took us a little over a year to get to a place where we felt, very stable in our controls and very stable in our performance. I think as I look at the metrics here, we've been able to make service levels for the last 5 months. We've been able to make cancel rebills have been starting to stabilize for the last 4 months or so as I look at the data. And so, I see things moving in the right direction, but it's not sustainable today. It's a lot of manual work. It's not utilizing the system controls in order to do that. And so that's really what I'm here to do. We're still seeing blips of things. We're seeing repeat issues that we shouldn't be seeing because we're not getting to root cause. So that's really, we're seeing improvements, but it needs to be sustainable, and we have to make sure we're putting the right controls in place.
Thank you. I just have a couple more.
Sure.
Staff's testimony reported that Empire's contract with IBM for SAP support was limited to 40 hours per request and 300 hours per month. Is that sufficient?
I'm not aware of those constraints. I haven't seen those constraints yet. They've been able to do the items that I'm asking of them, and in doing it in a very agile fashion. So I'm working with them to see these improvements through, and I haven't gotten any pushback to say that they are out of time or that they can't work on them. So.
Your expertise is in SAP management, so would it be fair to say that maybe your being brought on board helped narrow down some of that usage from IBM?
Absolutely. So there was a lot of the way that the lean operating model works is that you understand your number one pain point, and you all rally around that number one pain point, and then you measure it and you monitor it till that you really have gotten to root cause, and then you move on to the next issue. When I got here, there was a lot of metrics, numbers, issues, just a lot of laundry list of items that people were working on, and they really weren't, able to measure and monitor and make sure that they were working on them with quality, because there was just so many of them, and how to prioritize them and what to do. And so this model really helps us to focus everyone's attention and make sure that we're working on the largest issues that our customers are experiencing, and do it in a quality fashion across not just the system, but getting training out to our CSRs, communicating to our customers. The whole end-to-end process needs to be evaluated as we roll out these changes.
And what have you identified as your number one pain point?
The collective and joint use is the one that we're working on as we speak. That was what we were hearing the most about in delayed bills, and when we ran the data, that by far is the number one issue. I wish I could show you the Pareto. I should have brought it. It's by far the number one issue, and then you get to the next issue, and it's much smaller. And so joint use collective is what we've found to be the number one issue. We've laid out a plan, as I mentioned, made the notifications, created communications to our customers, trained our agents on what we're doing, how to communicate to customers, and now are making the system issues.
During the last 90-day billing period, do you know what percentage of customer accounts are delinquent?
Our past due, is it?
Yes.
The measure that we're looking at is over 90-day past due, and that's $15.5 million for Empire.
Yes, my question is what percentage of customers?
Oh, of customers. I do not have that with me today. I can get that, but I don't have that with me today.
Okay.
I expect it to be a large amount, though, with us not disconnecting and with that high of the balances outstanding.
How does that delinquency compare with previous fiscal quarters?
It has doubled since January.
Any other fiscal quarters you can touch on?
That's the data I have with me. I can show it to you by quarter outside of this, but that's the data I have from where we were in January to where we are now.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
Are there any other commissioner questions for Ms. Walt? Hearing none, that will throw it back to our recross examination. MECG. Any recross for Ms. Walt?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Staff?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Consumers Council?
No, Your Honor.
And OPC?
Yes, thank you. Do you recall when you responded to Chair Hall about in-person service centers, you mentioned third-party pay agents?
Yes.
Is there a fee that goes along with using a third-party pay agent for a customer?
Yes. If they use a credit card, yes. It's the associated credit card fee.
You're aware that Liberty is socialized credit card fee, so that fee would be something that the third-party agent is charging?
No, it's the same as if they were to make a credit card payment through the phone. It should be the same process.
Well, my point is, are you aware that for Liberty, the merchant fees, there's no credit card fee in terms of, the merchant fee is socialized into
Absorbed by the company.
Well, I wouldn't call it absorbed by the
Well-
company. Customers are paying for it. It's socialized in the rate. So with that understanding, is there a fee for, given you said credit card fee, if I go into a Walmart and I pay my Liberty bill, is it going to cost me more than what the bill says?
No, it should be the same process as you do if you call the,
Okay, so there's not an additional charge
There's
for
no
the
additional
service
cost.
provided by the pay agent,
that's correct.
at least from the customer's perspective?
That's correct.
Thank you. You said there are $15.5 million of 90-day arrearages. What if you make it 30-day is your cutoff? Do you know what the arrearage amount is then?
I don't have that with me, but
And then you said that, and you talked about my account being different than billing if there was changes made. If there's a usage change on a billing, say somebody was out of town and the usage was actually incorrect for whatever reason, and it shows up, if the change is made in billing, is that change also reflected in my account, or is there a disconnect there?
no, so what's on my account is strictly what is coming in from the meter, nothing to do with billing. As far as that interval read chart that they can see on my account. Obviously, if they're looking at their billing balance or their,
Well,
that it'll be different.
For my account, then, there are no estimated intervals, it's just raw data from the meter, is that what you're saying?
So the meter data management system where the meter data can come in, if there is a missing interval, the system will create an estimate for that interval, and that will show up in the My Account, yes.
But if there's any further change on the billing side, that will not be reflected in the My Account?
That's correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. That takes us to redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Walt, you discussed this $15 million in arrearages that are noted being over 90 days or have been in arrearage for over 90 days. Does that include both residential and commercial?
It does.
Do you know a breakout between the two?
I do not have that.
You and Mr. Williams got into a conversation in the first cross-examination about the interval reads versus the register reads and that sort of thing. Let me try something was from a case I was in here recently. But would it be accurate to say that the meter is kind of like the odometer on a car? It continues to turn. And so whether you look at it on one day or another day, you still can tell how many miles you've traveled during that time period total?
Yes, that's a nice way to think about it.
Okay. And that would be accurate for what you were trying to explain in regard to the interval
Yes.
reads versus the register read?
Yes.
You started with some questions from Mr. Kaufman about the monthly meetings, correct? And I think you had answered that you came on board on June 30th of 2025, correct?
That's correct.
Have you attended each of the monthly meetings here in Jefferson City since you came on board?
I have.
Okay. And it was mentioned that there was a September meeting, I believe, correct?
That's correct.
And that meeting would have happened after parties' rebuttal testimony was filed.
Yes.
Okay. But could you tell us generally what the report was to the other parties at that time in the September meeting in regard to the metrics and where the company was with addressing some of these issues?
Yes, I was excited to bring the live version of our scorecard data that's going to become our visual management for the team and how we operate. So it's a standard that shows each of our metrics around our average speed of answer, our delayed bills, our cancel rebills seen by customers, our consecutive estimates, our first call resolution, our customers satisfied with our agents. We do a survey that measures that. And so it takes all of those metrics, and so I was able to show that we're going to be measuring that every week as well as on a rolling 30-day basis for each of those metrics. And then we also have the ability to click on each one of those metrics and drill into those metrics and be able to see a trend line as well as a Pareto that will allow us to see what are the largest pain points in each of those metrics. For the delayed bills is where we started, knowing that that's been a significant pain point for our customers. We were able to really focus on that Pareto and development of what are the biggest pain points. We saw that collective and joint use were the number 1 and number 2 issues, and then we brought forward a one-pager just showing exactly what we're going to be doing to correct those situations for our customers to get those bills to be timely.
And generally, would you say that those metrics thus far are showing improvement in the areas that you're measuring?
Yes, we've seen the good news is if you take out collectives, we've seen a 92.4% improvement in delayed bills greater than 30 days. Obviously, with the collective in there, we haven't seen the improvement because we're working on rolling that out as we speak. Cancel rebills, as I said, have been consistently performing. And then our service levels, we've made service level for the last 4 months, going on our 5th month as we speak, and so we're excited about that. And then we are adding complaints to that dashboard. That is one that we've gotten feedback from staff that they did want to see. And so we're actively working to try to automate how we can get that data. So that's one it's not automated yet, but I can at least see the data today, and we're down to only 11 complaints, commission complaints coming in September. So definite improvement that I'm seeing in the metrics. I would say still cautiously optimistic. You know, I would say I'm feeling not as sustainable there. There's a lot of brute force going into achieving those metrics today, but definitely seeing us moving in the right direction.
That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Walt, you are excused. We'll go ahead and call our next witness. And I have Candace Kelly, is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Thank you. And while we're doing that, Madam Court Reporter, I'm intending to go until about 11:45, kind of bumping up against 12. Are you going to be okay? Do you need a break before then? Okay. Let's aim for 11:30, and then we'll take our lunch break. Candace Kelly, thank you for joining us. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you will give today will be truthful?
I do.
Thank you. And would you please state and spell your name for our court reporter?
Candace, Candice, Kelly, Kelly.
Empire, your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Kelly, would you tell us what your current title is?
I am the Director of Customer Experience for the Central Region.
And how long have you been the Director of Customer Experience for the Central Region?
Since February 24th, 2025.
Is it your understanding that your testimony has been admitted to the record as Exhibits 29, 30, and 31?
Yes, it is.
Similar to what I asked Ms. Walt, but is it accurate to say that any recommendations found in that testimony would be modified as necessary to support the non-unanimous global stipulation and agreement?
That is correct.
That's all the questions I have, and I tender Ms. Kelly for cross-examination.
Thank you, and just to reiterate for everyone's, who is following along, we're skipping MECG as a signatory, we're skipping staff as a signatory, and that will take us to Consumers Council.
I have no questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, and Public Council.
Thank you, no questions.
Thank you. That takes us to bench and commissioner questions. Are there any commissioner questions for Ms. Kelly? And we have 3 of our 4 commissioners on WebEx. We'll give them a moment. It is *6 to unmute if you have called in on a phone. Hearing none, the bench does have just one question. This is about the third-party vendor hired with the expected increase in calls.
Yes.
That vendor only worked for Empire from April 2024 through June of 2024. That's part of your rebuttal testimony. My question is, were those part of the costs, the cost of that third party for those 2 months, third-party vendor, were those part of the costs that were waived for recovery by Empire District? I think it was your testimony that mentioned that some of the costs had been waived due to the billing issues that were going on.
That is correct.
Were those third-party telephone vendor calls for those several months included in those?
In the costs that were waived?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That was the only question I have. I'll call once again if there are any commissioner questions. Any commissioner questions for Ms. Kelly? Hearing none, I did ask a question that'll take us back to recross. That opens it up to all of the parties, including signatories. So MECG, they are indicating no questions. Staff?
No, thank you.
Consumers Council?
No, Your Honor.
Public Council?
No, thank you.
And redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Kelly, you are dismissed from our witness stand for today.
Thank you.
Judge, I would just like to say thank you, and that Candace's first time up there, she was very nervous, so thank you for asking her one question so she got to go through it, but not have to be tortured.
I wish I would have known that was her first time. I could have had something special planned. Okay, we'll move on to our next witness, Tim Wilson. Mr. Wilson, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please state and spell your name for our court reporter.
Tim, T-I-M, Wilson, W-I-L-S-O-N.
Thank you, and Empire, your witness.
Thank you. Mr. Wilson, what is your title?
I'm the Central Region President of Electric.
Is it your understanding that your testimony has been admitted into evidence as Exhibits 60, 61, and 62?
Yes.
And again, accurate to say that any recommendations found in that testimony would be modified as necessary to support the non-unanimous global stipulation?
I would agree.
I would tender Mr. Wilson for cross-examination.
Thank you, and as stated just previously, we will be skipping MECG and staff. Consumers Council.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Coleman.
Your responsibility covers all of the billing and customer service issues, is that correct?
My responsibility is to the Empire District Electric Company. The billing and customer service is Ms. Walt's area.
Okay. So you're listed as a witness on this issue because you were overseeing the company's response, though?
Yes, I still have oversight, although not directly through my title.
Right.
I have oversight of the electric company, yes.
All right. So I wanted to ask you a couple questions, sort of from a utility management perspective over this entire set of problems. Customer First software went live in April of 2024, correct?
April the 8th of 2024.
And based on your testimony, you say that you kind of brought a task force together by August of 2024 to look at problems?
Yes, I didn't directly lead that task force, but the company as a whole decided, once we started seeing the billing issues come to fruition, that we needed to pull together a team to take it and look at it.
So it's fair to say that by August of 2024, the company knew that it had a problem that needed to be addressed?
Yes.
Okay, and would it be fair to say that one of the biggest problems is that the software would sort of kick out certain types of bills?
Correct.
That then had to be manually reviewed and addressed by a live person?
Correct. Okay. That is my understanding.
So, why didn't the utility staff up enough live individuals to get ahead of the problem and ensure that people were getting a bill every month by that time in August of
We did
2024?
add some additional staff. I recall during that time period, it wasn't just adding staff, it was time. Folks were working a lot of hours. I would come in on Saturdays and even Sundays and see our billing team working on the weekend as well. So really proud of all the hard work and effort that they did to try to fix it.
And I know that there are a lot of very dedicated folks on your staff.
Thank
But
you.
couldn't the utility have hired even more folks? Maybe looked at some temporary folks or other folks to ensure that people were receiving timely
So
bills every month?
corporately, there were folks added, be it from the IBM team or elsewhere, but we were to the point where we needed to fix what was causing the outsource and not necessarily manually gear up to fix all those. There was thousands and thousands and thousands of outsource.
But these, these thousands of problems then persisted beyond August 2024 for many months after that.
They did. Until
even-
about
yeah.
October of 2024, we started to see the downtick with the hiring of Sean Borden. He came in and we got a lot of those issues resolved.
Okay. Why didn't the utility company bring on board someone like Ms. Walt a year ago?
It's a good question. I think a year ago we had different leadership. Only with the hiring of Mr. West did we start getting talent such of the quality of Ms. Walt, and so that's probably why.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kaufman.
Thank you, and public counsel?
Thank you, Judge. Morning, Mr. Wilson.
Good morning.
It still is.
Yes.
I believe you testified that customer first, and I think the term you guys use is go live, was rolled out so that customers were actually seeing what it did in April 8th of 2024, is that correct?
April 8th of 2024 was the day we went live with the system.
When did you first intend to go live with that system?
Originally, it was actually scheduled, I think a lot of people forget this, October of 23. And then it was changed to make us go last, which would have been October of 2024.
I'm not following. If you rolled it out in April of 2024, you weren't last then, correct?
I'm sorry, 23, October of 2023, and then it was rolled out in April of 2024.
Was it only delayed once?
I would consider it delayed twice. Again, the previous October, we were set to go live, and then it was pushed back to, they wanted Empire being the most difficult to go last, and so that's why they pushed it to October of 2023. And then we saw there were going to be major issues, and of all of the utilities that we have across this organization, I couldn't even count, there's like 18 or 20. Only one utility delayed go live again, and that was us. So we delayed it 6 months from October to April.
I'm confused. What was the original rollout date?
The original rollout date was October of 2023. However, previous to that, the original date was October of 2022. They moved it. 2022?
Yes. Okay. That was what I was not understanding with your testimony. So
not a lot of people knew that. It was originally, they'd moved the schedule out, but I would still say the original go-live date was scheduled to be October of 2023. We pushed it to April 8th of 2024.
Now I'm confused, because I thought what you were saying was the original date was October of 2022, it got moved to October of 23.
All of those are correct.
And then to April of 2024 is when
All
it
of those are
actually
correct. What I was trying to say was not a lot of people knew about the first date.
I didn't, I just had heard you say there were 2 delays, so that's why I pursued it.
Yes, sir.
And what was the reason for the change in the dates?
The first reason from the first date was because Empire was largely regarded, as Ms. Walt alluded to, the most difficult one. We had AMI, we had multiple jurisdictions, we had multiple commodities, and so it was pushed back to the October 2023 date. When we were getting ready to go live in October of 2023, we fortunately had an interim CEO come in. His name is Chris Huskelson, and he asked me, "Are we ready?" And I said, "Do you want the truth?" He said, "Yes." I said, "No." And he said, "We'll delay it." And so we delayed it for 6 months to April.
And why did you roll it out in April? You had all your problems addressed, or?
That's a very good question. We had all the problems addressed that we could. Absent of going live in a parallel operations situation, we addressed everything that we possibly could.
Did you do any parallel operation with your existing system before you made the cutover to what's been labeled Customer First?
When we first implemented Customer Watch,
I'm
I wasn't
not
a part of
familiar-
that.
I'm not familiar with their systems. I'm
Yeah.
just, well, let's look at it from a customer perspective. Did you do any, and I'll call it shadow billing?
Yes.
How long?
I couldn't tell you exactly. I know it was months.
6 months, shorter, longer? I'm trying to get a feel.
They did shadow billing, from my recollection, for a few months. I couldn't tell you how many.
And they didn't see any of the problems that arose after you went live?
We did see problems with some of the shadow billing, and that's why we delayed it.
Okay, so the shadow billing was before?
Before go live, yeah.
No, before October of 2023?
Yes.
Did you see more problems between October of 2023 and April of 2024?
I couldn't characterize that at this point in time. I wasn't the one that was necessarily looking at the shadow billing, but there were definitely some issues that we saw. It did get better and better throughout the months before we went live.
That's good to hear. Still getting better, right?
It is still getting better. It's getting much better.
And when did you roll out your AMI meter system where you had your wireless communications to get information from the meters to your system, data systems?
I believe we rolled out AMI in 2022.
So it included the communications as well as the meters, the whole?
As far as I know. I wish Joey Sparks was here.
Did you have any communication issues with the meters at that time?
We have had communication issues at times.
From the day they were rolled out?
From the day they were rolled out, not necessarily from the day they were rolled out. We had a couple of different issues. One was, we were talking about new meter sets earlier. Folks were working on the billing issues, got pulled away. We did get that fixed. We hired 3 additional people to make sure that new meter sets were getting rolled into AMI, and so that issue got resolved. And then we added an extra CGR to collect data from the...
CGR? What is that?
I can't remember the acronym. It's basically, it takes the data from the meter and sends it to the ADMS system. Collective Data Recorder, I think.
Well, I believe I've heard that there were communication issues between getting data from the meter to the main systems. Is that not correct?
I think there have been at times, but there's also just day-to-day operations where you could have issues with communication. For example, if a storm rolls through, we'll use Aurora as an example, and they lose power, you lose connectivity, and then we implemented a software upgrade during the process of this time frame where the upgrade allowed us to go back 3 days to get data that had been missed. That's something that's changed since go live.
And before you just do one dip of the data, is that correct?
As far as I know, I'm not the expert on AMI.
Well, I want to get into the things you've changed. Have you made any other changes to your system to improve the reliability of getting data from the meters to your backend system?
I would say primarily it's that upgrade that we did in adding that additional CGR and then adding the 3 additional people to help new meter sets are the 3 things that I would say that we've done.
Did you do anything physical out in the field?
Outside of the 1 CGR, I'm not aware of any.
So you haven't added any cell towers to your network for getting the data from the meters to your backend systems?
That's what the CGR kind of is. It's akin to a cell tower.
So you've improved the connectivity on your wireless system to get data from the meters?
I would believe incrementally to the extent 1 additional one would do so.
Thank you.
Yeah. It's more of a deep dive on the AMI than I thought we'd go, so.
Well, I thought you knew everything, Tim, so I thought I'd dive into it.
Believe it or not, I don't. It's these folks out here that know everything.
Anyway, I don't have any further questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Are there any commissioner questions? Chair, go ahead.
Morning.
Morning, Chair Hahn.
You were made aware, when was, I think you said August of '24 is when you became aware that there was an issue with Customer First?
August 2024 was when we created the task force.
Okay.
So we were aware prior to that.
How did you communicate with our staff on the issues you were experiencing with Customer First?
We communicated with staff even prior to go live. We knew we were going to have issues. We just certainly didn't expect them to last 1.5 years and as many as we had. We knew we were going to have issues.
Did you establish a regular cadence with staff to talk through the issues you were experiencing with Customer First?
Yes,
How often was that?
monthly.
Okay, what actions were taken as a result of those cadences?
From the company's perspective,
Yes.
we gave updates on our billing metrics, and it really put a focus for us on doing what's right for our customers. It was an update on billing metrics, and since October of last year, we have seen a gradual decline in what they called BPIMs, or those billing exceptions, in our system.
Okay. When was the Aurora Customer Service Center closed?
I don't know the date of when it was closed, I'm sorry.
Was it during the test year in which this case covers?
I do not know the exact date of when it was closed. I'm sure someone in customer service could get that answer for you today, though.
Was that closure done at your direction?
No.
Whose direction was it done?
I believe at the time it might have been Jody Allison, whoever's over a customer at that point in time.
Okay.
She's no longer here.
During the local public hearings, there were at least 2 cities that mentioned problems with Liberty restoring streetlights that were out. I think particularly in Bolivar, but I also think I recall another city mentioning it as an issue. I can't immediately recall which one. I noticed in the stipulation agreement there is a reliability provision, but I'm not sure if the 2 are related. What action does Liberty plan to take to improve streetlight outages in the territory?
Right. We're actually working with the city of Bolivar for an extension to their Mesa right now, and we're hyper-focused on ensuring that they continue to have street lights and adequate street lighting.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right. I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other commissioner questions for Mr. Wilson? And commissioners, if you're on your phone, that is *6 to unmute. The bench does have a couple questions. We'll go ahead and get to those. Mr. Wilson, can you tell me why it was essential for Algonquin to install Customer First billing at Liberty?
So every single utility was on their own billing platform. They needed to get everyone on the same platform. Plus, we had different systems that were no longer going to be supported, and so they wanted to get everything on one system.
What would have happened if you further delayed the implementation of Customer First in April of 2024?
We would have just delayed the amount of issues we had for customers on billing.
Are you testifying that it needed to go live in order to get the problems addressed?
Certainly not. I'm just saying that had we delayed it, I don't know that anything would have been different.
And why has it taken Liberty so long to respond to problems with the new billing system once they became evident?
It's a very good question. I think it was just the enormity of the amount of exceptions that were occurring that we just could not get to. And over time, as you improve people, as you improve processes, it just taken longer than we'd like.
An OPC witness testified that there was an allocation of 7.84% of business IT and corporate IT at the same percentage that was allocated to an entity called Liberty Power. And their testimony indicates that Liberty Power may not be in existence anymore. Do you know if that's true?
That is true.
And Liberty Power, was it allocated part of the cost of Customer First?
I do not know the answer to that.
Okay. And I think the last question I have is the monthly average billing for the average customer. You know, when utilities give that average customer statement using 1,000 kilowatts, do you know what the average customer using 1,000 kilowatts, what their monthly bill would be?
In year one of the phase-in?
No, currently.
I don't have that with me.
Okay.
Ms. Emery has all that information on the average bills.
But it sounded like you were ready with year one?
I have year one right here.
Please go ahead.
I was going to let Ms. Emery do this, so she can do a better job than I can. Year one, this is a residential time choice plus, is going from $167.75 to $176.66, which is an $8.91 difference with a 5.31% delta.
Okay. Thank you. And I'll ask again if there are any commissioner questions for Mr. Wilson. Okay, that'll circle us back into re-cross-examination. And now we do include the signatories to the non-unanimous stipulation. We'll start with Mr. Opitz.
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Vandergriff.
Yes, Your Honor. Earlier, I don't remember if it was the chair or if it was the judge, they asked you about the monthly talks you had with staff regarding the issues with Customer First. You testified that you had monthly talks with staff, is that correct?
Correct.
When did those monthly talks begin?
I do not know off the top of my head when those commenced.
Do you
I'm
have
going to say February. I don't want to guess.
No further questions?
Thank you. And Consumers Council.
Yes, thank you. I just want to follow up on the judge's question regarding the, I think you said typical bill, and you gave a number for the year one, I guess, meaning that what the non-unanimous stip would have the first year increase to be. And that was $176.66.
Yes, for the residential time choice plan, scheduled TCRG.
And my question is to, what is the usage amount? Is that a 1,000 per kilowatt hour usage bill, or is it different?
I believe that it is. It's actually Ms. Emery's
Okay.
document.
and what I'm looking for is that the average bill? Is that the median bill? Is that just a typical bill that was picked for some other reason? And exactly how much?
I'll let Ms. Emery handle the
Okay,
billing
thank you.
questions. Yeah.
No further questions, Mr. Kaufman? Thank you. And public counsel?
Thank you, Judge. I want to follow up on Chair Hahn's questions about Bolivar and streetlights. You said something about ongoing negotiations. What were you referring to?
So they let their MESA agreement expire.
The
And
what agreement?
MESA agreement,
What is MESA?
municipal electric supply agreement, something along those lines.
So it's a contract with the city and Empire for electric service to the municipality?
Yeah, for the lights.
And that is there currently a contract in place?
Technically, I'm not sure. They let it expire. We're trying to extend it.
And how are those negotiations going?
I wasn't there, so I couldn't tell you.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. And redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Wilson, you are excused from the stand for today.
Thank you.
Ms. Emery, please relax. I'm going to send you to lunch. We are at 11:40, and I'm anticipating that we will come back from lunch today. We have one customer first witness remaining, and then we will move to income statements and miscellaneous issues, which we start with commissioner questions. Those two issues might move fairly fast. Okay, here's the plan for this afternoon. We have one witness remaining on customer experience. Mr. Reed is coming in Thursday. So we only have Charlotte Emery, if somebody can nod that, yeah.
Well, that's true for the company. There are other
Oh,
witnesses.
dang it, that's right, that's right. You got me. Okay, we have several witnesses for customer first.
I know one who wants to
Yes,
testify.
yes, I'm sorry. I told,
Have the
Ms. Emery, you're still going to lunch. Okay, let's take lunch. We will come back at 1. What my announcement was going to be is we are not going to mush any of day 2 into any remaining time of today. We might do that later on this week, but for now, I want to make sure that the commissioners have some time to go over all of the issues to determine if they have questions. We will take lunch. Let's come back at 12:45. That will be right at an hour for lunch. 12:45, we are on recess. Thank you all. All right, thank you. Welcome back. The time for lunch has expired. Let's go back on the record. And we are midway through the issue of customer experience. Our next witness is company witness Charlotte Emery. As Ms. Emery makes her way to the stand, the bench would like to discuss the issue, MPPM issue, which was raised in opening statements and also discussed in the parties via email. I just wanted to make sure to let all the parties know that that order has officially been issued today, separating that issue from this case. It has established its own case, and that case number is EO 2026-0101. Again, that is EO 2026-0101. The commission has designated that case to be the case that addresses Liberty's market price protection mechanism. Okay, I think that takes care of that announcement. Let's move on to our witness. Ms. Emery, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be truthful?
I do.
Thank you. Would you please state and spell your name for our court reporter?
Sure, it's Charlotte Emery, spelled CHARLOTTEEMERY.
Thank you. Empire, your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you state your title?
Sure. Senior Director of Rates and Regulatory Affairs.
Is it your understanding that your testimony has been admitted as Exhibits 17, 18, 19, and 20?
Yes.
And is it accurate to say that recommendations found in that testimony would be modified as necessary to support the non-unanimous global stipulation and agreement?
Yes.
That's all I have, Your Honor, and we would tender Ms. Emery for cross-examination.
Thank you. And just to reiterate for our listeners, we do have a pending, I'm sorry, not a pending, we have a non-unanimous stipulation and agreement. The signatories to that agreed not to cross-examine the other signatories' witnesses except for after commissioner questions. So we will be skipping over MECG as well as staff and going to Mr. Kaufman with Consumers Counsel.
And I have no questions for Ms. Emery, thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Williams with Public Counsel.
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. That will take us to commissioner questions. And to remind our listeners, 3 of our 4 commissioners are on our WebEx, and the chair has retired for lunch and is on her way back. Are there any commissioner questions for witness Emery? Commissioners, if you called in on a phone, it is *6 to unmute.
Judges, Commissioner Mitchell.
Yes, Commissioner Mitchell, go ahead.
And you may not be the best person to answer this, and if you're not, please let me know. But is it your thought that the customer first software application and all of its accompanying attributes were in fact used and useful as of the test year?
As of the test year, I would say no, mostly because the system did not go into service until April of 2024, and our test year ended September 30th of 2023. But we did have an update period and a true-up period ordered in the case, and so I would say by the time those periods lapsed, the software and the various components of that would be deemed used and useful.
Thank you. That's my only question.
Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate that. Are there any other commissioner questions for Ms. Emery? Thank you. And that will, even though it was one question, that will take us back through re-cross-examination. We'll go to MECG. I'm seeing no questions. No questions from staff is being indicated. Consumers Counsel. You're up.
No questions.
And Public Counsel. No, thank you. And redirect from the company.
No redirect.
Ms. Emery, thank you very much. I appreciate you being here today.
Thank you.
And to note for the parties and for those listening, I'm just confirming my understanding that company witness John Reed, who would be testifying on this issue, will be in attendance on Thursday.
That is correct.
Then we will move on to staff witnesses. Staff, go ahead and call your first witness.
Staff calls to the stand Matthew Young.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be truthful?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat. Would you state and spell your name for our court reporter, please?
Matthew Young, M-A-T-T-H-E-W-Y-O-U-N-G.
Mr. Vandergriff, your witness.
Mr. Young, how are you employed?
Good, thank you. Oh, the wrong question. I'm a regulatory audit supervisor with the Missouri Public Service Commission.
Are you the same Matthew Young that prepared directs 122, exhibits 122, 122C, rebuttal 150, rebuttal true up direct 174, and true up rebuttal 179?
Yes.
Do you have the understanding that you've modified your positions to reflect the non-global stipulation and agreement?
Yes.
I tender Mr. Young for cross-examination.
Thank you. Let's check my cheat sheet. Again, this is going to be involving signatories to the non-unanimous global stipulation. We'll be skipping MECG. We'll go to Consumers Council. No question, John. Thank you. Then we'll be skipping the company as a signatory, and then we'll be going to Public Counsel.
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. That leads us to commissioner questions. Are there any commissioner questions for staff witness Young? And that's *6 to unmute if you're on a phone. Okay, hearing none. Thank you, Mr. Young. I appreciate you being here today. Mr. Vandergriff, go ahead and call your next witness.
Staff calls to the stand Mr. Tyrone Thomason.
Mr. Thompson, if you would please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Please state and spell your name for our court reporter.
My name is Charles Tyrone Thomason, CharlesTyrone Thomason.
Thank you. And Mr. Vandergriff, your witness.
How are you employed?
I am a senior research data analyst in the customer experience department as part of commission staff.
Are you the same Tyrone Thomason that prepared directs 123, 123C, rebuttal 148, rebuttal true up direct 172?
Yes.
Do you have the understanding that you've modified your positions to reflect the non-global stipulation and agreement?
Yes.
I tender Mr. Thomason for cross-examination.
Thank you. And again, we will skip MECG and go to Consumers Council.
No questions for Mr. Thomason. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll skip Empire and go to Public Counsel.
Thank you, Judge. Just a couple. Good afternoon, Mr. Thomason.
Good afternoon.
Do you recall hearing earlier testimony about Empire having meetings with the commission staff regarding customer service issues?
Yes, I do.
Do you know when those meetings started?
Yes, I have that information.
If you would be so kind as to indicate when staff started meeting with Empire regarding that topic?
So I have to correct Mr. Wilson's statements a little bit. The very first meeting took place on August 14th, and that was actually called by the Consumer Services Department because they were hearing complaints from customers. August 14th of 2024. The next meeting took place on September 5th, and that was not a customer first specific meeting. That was our regularly scheduled quarterly meeting, during which topics were discussed, follow-up topics from that August meeting. The next meeting that took place was on December 5th of 2024, and that was again our regularly scheduled quarterly meeting. The first customer first specific meeting after that was on December 13th of 2024. After that, the next meeting was on February 6th of 2025, and then after that, that is when those meetings became monthly.
Thank you. Staff's currently undertaking an investigation of Empire's billing issues that the commission ordered, is it not?
That is correct.
Does staff have any timeline in mind for when it anticipates having a report in that case?
My understanding as of now is that we are anticipating getting it out before the end of the year.
Had staff anticipated having the report out earlier than that?
Yes, we did.
And why has the date slipped?
Multiple reasons, one of which being simply staff workload. We have, I think, 5 or 6 different departments working on this case. So coordinating all of that, getting out into one report, in addition to all the other rate cases going on, is a bit difficult to schedule it all in. The second thing is that we keep finding new issues that require further follow-up.
No further questions at this time, thank you.
Thank you. I believe that takes us to commissioner questions. Are there any commissioner questions for staff witness Thomason? Okay, hearing none, the bench also has no questions. Thank you, Mr. Thompson.
Staff doesn't have redirect.
I was gonna, yeah, are we doing that with, we haven't crossed that bridge yet. Thank you. No redirect from staff. Thank you, Mr. Thompson. I appreciate you being here today. Mr. Vandergriff, go ahead and call your next witness.
Staff calls to the stand Kim Boland.
Ms. Boland, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give today will be the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state and spell your name for our court reporter.
My name is Kimberly Bolin, and Bolin is spelled B-O-L-I-N.
Thank you. Mr. Vandergriff, your witness.
Good morning, Miss Boland.
Good morning. Afternoon.
Afternoon. Ooh, today. How are you employed?
I am Division Director with the Missouri Public Service Commission.
Do you adopt James A. Bush's direct testimony 104, 126, Sir Rebuttal 154 as your own, and affirm that the statements and opinions therein are true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
I do.
Do you have the understanding that you've modified your positions to reflect the non-global stipulation and agreement?
Yes, I do.
I tender Ms. Boland for cross-examination.
Thank you, and we will just go directly to Consumers Counsel.
I have no questions for Ms. Bowen, thank you.
And Mr. Williams, Public Counsel.
Thank you. Ms. Boland, does staff have any issues with billing determinants in this case?
Yes, we do.
And what are those issues?
Jay Lubert, who's a witness in this, on the same matter, will be up here to testify on that.
You don't know what the issues are?
What we do have, we don't know that they're accurate.
And why is it that you don't know that they're accurate?
There was some estimations and the data is just, we don't feel it is accurate.
And if I wanted to delve deeper into the issue, Jay Lubert's who I should ask?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. No further questions at this time.
Thank you, and that will move to Commissioner questions. Are there any Commissioner questions for Staff Witness Kim Boland adopting the testimony of James Bush? If you're on the phone, that's *6 to unmute. I don't hear any questions, but I will come back and ask in just a second. The bench does have just a couple. I want to discuss this 100 basis point reduction. I might refer to it as a 100 basis point reduction, but I am aware that it is an effective 100 basis point reduction. With that mouthful said, if the commission authorizes a return on equity, whatever that number may be, will the company have the opportunity to still earn that authorized return on equity? So if we need some numbers, staff recommended an effective 100 basis point reduction to the return on equity. So let's say that the commission approves staff's disallowance and approves the ROE of 9.5. Will the company have the opportunity to earn 9.5?
The company always has the opportunity to earn any rate of return. Granted, what our rates would reflect would be lower, but there is always the opportunity. It's not a guarantee.
How would that work in the context of the recommended reduction?
I'm not sure I understood. There's always things we allow and disallow in determining a revenue requirement.
I'm trying to wrap my head around and also make sure it's clear on the record. Staff is proposing the effect of a 100 basis point reduction. Can you summarize how staff is envisioning that works?
We used our 9.5 ROE to determine an ROR and applied it to rate base and did our expenses, our revenues minus our expenses, and came up with a revenue requirement, and then subtracted what we calculated as a 100 basis point reduction to that number, the total revenue requirement.
So the company would have the opportunity to earn the 9.5, but on a lower number.
The revenue requirement that we would recommend in this case would be a lower number, but the company always has an opportunity to earn any rate of return. It's not a guarantee that they will earn a rate of return in any case.
Thank you, I appreciate that. My second question, and I think this is my last question. The second one, I want to talk about the stipulation, the non-unanimous global stipulation that was filed. Does that stipulation reflect staff's equivalent disallowance?
It more than does, because staff's case is $128.8 million. That includes all of our removal of customer first assets from rate base, and it includes the 100-point reduction we did. And this 97 million is basically 30 million less.
All right, thank you. I do have a couple more questions. I want to return to the 100 basis point effective disallowance. Will that disallowance be lifted if the company meets the quality standards set out in the stipulation?
They will get an opportunity to defer to a asset $13 million a year. And they'll be broken up by month. So if they hit the metrics one month, they'll get 1/12 of that 13 million will go to a deferred asset that we will look at in a future rate case to determine how it is recovered, if it is recovered. Recovery will be determined in a future case.
If the disallowance continues, so if they are, I guess, missing some of those months or miss some of the months out of that year, is that effectively setting the company up to operate under two different ROEs?
No, I don't believe so, because the deferred asset is based on what we believe is in rate base for customer first times a rate of return that they would have earned if it was in rates. It has nothing to do with the $17.8 million 100 basis point reduction.
Okay. And on the stipulation, this allows a phase-in of the allowed increase. Do you know if this is a consistent, steady increase, or is it back or front-loaded in any one year more so than another?
No, it's a steady increase. It goes to 32.3 million would be in the decision for this year. Then you would add another third the second year, and then the final third, which would get you to 97 million the third year. So it's a steady 1/3 every year, the same amount that's being the increase.
What happens in the month if the company would not meet the metrics?
Then we have actually two deferrals. One is the phase-in, which has nothing to do with the metrics, and then we have the other deferral that does do the metrics. If they do not meet the metrics, they do not get a deferral for that month.
Does that mean that the company never gets to recover whatever costs were allocated for that month's worth of recovery?
That is correct.
Okay, I'll ask the commissioners once again if there's any commissioner questions for staff witness Bolin. If you're on a phone, it's *6. Okay, hearing none. That takes us back to recross examination, and we will start with MECG.
No, thank you.
And then we go to Consumers Council.
Yes, thank you. I've got a couple questions. No, building off of the question from the bench regarding the rate of return, and this is to make sure I understand this as well, is the staff is asking the commission to adopt the terms of the non-unanimous stipulation, which doesn't necessarily include a specific rate of return. Is that right?
That is correct.
And so if the commission adopts what you want, which is this non-unanimous stipulation in total, there will not be an official rate of return ordered in this case, correct?
That is correct. It will not be a term outlined in the stip.
And I would note that even the 7.01% ROR that is in paragraph 5 of the non-unanimous stipulation is merely a number that would be plugged into mechanisms that require it. Is that right? Such as PISA or tell me what mechanisms do you believe that would be plugged in, that 7.01% would be plugged into?
You're correct. It's mechanisms like PISA. I'm not sure on other mechanisms they have out right now, but PISA is the main one.
So is your understanding of cost of service regulation that the commission doesn't necessarily have to pick a rate of return, a return on equity number, provided that the rates are currently sufficient to allow a reasonable opportunity to earn
Yeah.
a return?
We always, a reasonable opportunity. There is no guarantee of a return.
And so that requirement, legal or otherwise, would be based on just earning a reasonable return, not necessarily reaching a specific number.
That's correct.
Right. Okay. And then just a clarifying question on the customer first deferral. The non-unanimous stipulation includes a $20 million reduction associated with customer first, 20 million and some change. But that won't necessarily be a denial of those costs in the future, provided that Liberty Empire meets certain metrics, correct?
That is correct. If they meet the metrics in between this rate case and their next one, they have an opportunity to defer the assets. And in the next rate case, if everything is corrected, they can then get the 20 million in rate base.
So is it possible that at the end of the day, the utility winds up with being made whole as if they never received a reduction at all?
Well, this case has 20 million as a revenue reduction associated with customer first, and the deferral is only up to 13.7 million.
Okay. But is it possible that the utility will ultimately get the value of that 13 million with interest if they meet certain metrics?
They'll get that. I don't know if it will be with interest.
Okay.
But if they would meet all the metrics every month after the rates go into effect, then yes.
And is the question I have is, do those deferrals include interest, or is that interest on the deferrals an issue that you would see the commission making later down the road?
That would be something the commission would make a determination later.
Okay, I think I understand. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kaufman. Mr. Williams.
Thank you. I'm going to start with the customer first regulatory asset. You referenced some performance metrics. What are those performance metrics?
We have not defined them yet. I think we have a date of May 2026 to reach an agreement on the metrics.
So it's
Or-
an agreement to agree?
This is an agreement to develop metrics.
Well, you don't have them now, right?
We do not have them now.
And I'm unclear about something on the customer first regulatory asset. This 1,145,863, is that are the parties saying that's what return would have been on the asset balance had it been included in a rate base? The return is the 1 million?
It's the monthly return. If you go to paragraph 4, it'll say, furthermore, the customer first reduction is comprised of a rate base amount of $149,287,965, earning a 0 rate of return. And then in parentheses, it has $13,750,356. And that is your number. It's as if they were earning a return on that 149 million.
Okay, so the 1.1 million represents a return.
Yes, a monthly.
Oh, and the phase-in, there's a deferral of 97 million, correct?
Yes, there will be.
And at the end of the 3 years, then that 97 million's to be rate-based, is that correct?
That is correct. There were no carrying costs until it goes into the next rate case, and then it'll be rate-based.
So it'll earn a return until it's amortized out at some point, or taken out of rate base?
Correct.
Whereas had it been a carrying cost, it would have been an amount presumably for some period of time? Normally, those are amortized out, correct?
A carrying cost, and those carrying costs could have gotten rate-based treatment also.
Does a commission typically give rate-based treatment for that kind of an item?
I have seen in some cases they give things rate-based treatment I wouldn't agree with, but yes, they can.
Well, it's something staff's agreeing to though, right?
It is, we agreed to that as a total package of this settlement.
It's not something staff normally agrees to, is it?
I don't know that we would normally agree to it, or I can say that, but it is, we felt that was appropriate for this settlement.
Thank you, no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Redirect.
I think I'm still out
No,
here.
we still have recross. Okay.
Given the bench questions.
Company, go ahead.
Ms. Boland, just a couple things kind of on mechanics that you got into in regard to the sort of the metrics, the customer first regulatory asset. First, just to confirm, nothing about that proposal is intended or would result in a change in rates between this rate case and the next rate case, correct?
That is correct. The asset would be looked at the next rate case.
And you made a comment that perhaps all of that, all of the foregone 13 million could make its way back to the company. However, as a practical matter, if we're not agreeing to metrics until May of 2026, there's not really a way it could all go back to the company, is there?
That is true, since the metrics won't be in until May 2026.
And even after that point, it's still a monthly test, correct?
It is.
1 month, the company could qualify, the next month they might not, and that will make a difference on the amounts that they're able to book to the regulatory asset.
That is correct.
And as to billing determinants, staff has, or in the non-unanimous stipulation and agreement, the parties have agreed to staff's billing determinants, correct?
That is correct.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper. And now we will go back to redirect.
One question. Ms. Boland, you were asked questions about the company's opportunity to earn, for an opportunity for earnings, correct?
Yes.
All right. Do you believe that with aggressive cost control and revenue growth, that the company could increase its opportunities for earnings?
Always.
No further questions.
Thank you. I appreciate you being here, Ms. Boland. You are excused from our witness stand. And the next witness I have is Jay Lubert. Is that correct, Mr. Vandergriff?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat and state and spell your name for our court reporter.
Okay. My name is Jay Lubert. It's the letter J, Lubert, L-U-E-B-B-E-R-T.
Thank you. And your witness, Mr. Vandergriff?
Well, good afternoon, Mr. Lubert.
Good afternoon.
Are you the same Mr. Lubert that filed Exhibits Direct 131, Sir, Rebuttal, Trub Direct 162 and 162C?
I think my direct testimony got stricken,
Oh, that's right.
but I did file Sir rebuttal.
All right. do you have the understanding that you've modified your positions to reflect the non-global stipulation and agreement?
Yes.
I tender Mr. Lubert for cross-examination.
Thank you, and that goes to Consumers Counsel, Mr. Kaufman,
No questions.
and Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Mr. Lubert.
Good afternoon.
Did you hear my questions to the prior witness about billing determinants?
I did.
And did you have issues with the billing determinants in this case?
So my members of my department deal primarily with billing determinants as part of the rate case process. And we certainly had issues with accuracy throughout the course of the case. I know that my testimony and Sir rebuttal touches on a little bit of some of the issues that could arise if there's missing information or missing interval data, especially whenever it relates to having time of use rates.
Well, what's the nature of the data issues that you're referring to?
As we went through the case, sorry, my voice is a little bit shot. As we went through the case, there were multiple iterations of fixes to data from the company. Ultimately, staff doesn't necessarily have direct access into any of their billing systems, and so we are reliant on them to get us accurate information. There were multiple iterations of fixes based upon rebills throughout the course of the case that had to get incorporated.
And when you say rebills, you're talking about changes to customer bills?
Yeah, and ultimately billing determinants that we utilized.
And those billing determinants are based on billed revenues in part? Is that correct?
The determinants themselves would be based off of the components that are utilized to develop a customer bill. So if you're missing KWH from one customer, that's going to impact the billing determinants. If you've got that same usage indicated in the wrong month, that would also impact those billing determinants. And so if you fix those, sometimes there are changes.
Is it unusual for companies to have some issues that affect billing determinants?
No, it's fairly regular to have changes in billing determinants based upon when a report might get pulled. Now, I will say this case was an outlier as far as what I've been involved in with the number of changes to the billing determinants over time.
Would that apply to the magnitude as well?
I would say so based off of the number of revisions, yeah.
And has staff had issues with Liberty in the past over billing determinants?
I don't think that I was involved in billing determinant processes in the last year case, for Liberty at least.
So you don't know is your answer?
I don't.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. That will bring us to commissioner questions. Are there any commissioner questions for staff witness Lubert?
If I may, Judge.
Yes, please go ahead,
Mitchell.
Commissioner Mitchell. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you for your testimony. And what I'm wondering is, we've heard about problems with billing determinants, about problems with metering, about problems with communication from the meters to the central data system, to the billing system. And my question is, do you think that in general, the data set that staff is working with to do their audits and all of their analyses, is the integrity of that data adequate for you to do your work?
It's a good question. I think through the course of settlement, obviously, we got comfortable enough as a staff to be able to come to an agreement with the other signatory parties. Part of that agreement is looking at providing information that can give us some of those answers to make sure that as we go forward, having some assurances on the integrity of the data that we're going to be utilizing, I think is going to be important. I think at least I also recognize that we've got an ongoing investigatory docket, and we'll be providing the commission with our report in that in the not so distant future. And I would expect that there may be some recommendations that come out of that case as well that would hopefully improve that data set and the process going forward. Does that
Thank
answer
you.
your
That helps me.
question?
It does, and I think it gives me some comfort that in your analysis of the data set, a revenue requirement in the range of 127 million is being reduced to 97 or in that ballpark. So I think that would make up the gap. So thank you. It does answer my question.
Thank you, Commissioner. Are there any other commissioner questions for Staff Witness Lubert? Thank you. The bench has no questions, but hold on. We're going to go to recross examination. We will start with Mr. Opitz. He indicates no questions. Consumers Counsel. No questions. And the company. I did it out of order the first time. Sorry.
I'm willing to go last if you want to leave me there in that spot. I do not have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Public Counsel.
Thank you, no questions.
Thank you, Redirect.
No direct, redirect.
Thank you. Mr. Lubert, you're excused for today. I appreciate
Thank
you
you.
being here. I just want to confirm that was the last staff witness on the customer experience issue, and we're now going to the Office of Public Counsel. We will swear in Dr. Mark. Dr. Jeff Mark, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give today will be the truth?
I do.
Please take a seat and state and spell your name for our court reporter, please.
My name is Jeff Mark, and that's Geoffmarke.
Mr. Williams, your witness.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Mark, did you prepare and cause to be filed direct testimony that's been marked as exhibit number 202 that includes highly confidential and confidential information? Testimony that's been marked as exhibit 203, which is rate design direct. Exhibit number 204 that's been marked as rebuttal testimony. Exhibit number 205 that has confidential and public information that's surrebuttal testimony.
Yes.
Do you have any changes to any of that testimony for it to be your testimony here today?
Just one change.
And what is that change?
On my surrebuttal testimony on page 13, line 19, I wrote Miss Amy Black. That should read Miss Amy Walt.
Since the pre-file testimony is already in evidence, with that change, this is all your testimony, of course, right?
Correct.
I tender the witness for questions.
I'm thinking about the name change. As a precaution, counsel, would you please file an errata for your witness indicating that name change? Only because I don't have his rebuttal with me to make that change, and that might be becoming necessary to cite it at some time.
Sure, we can file a rebuttal.
Thank,
Errata, I mean.
yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. I'm sorry. I know that's a little extra work. Okay, let's go to our cross-examination for OPC witnesses. Consumers Council.
No questions at this point.
Thank you. MECG. Staff.
No, thank you.
Empire.
No question.
Thank you. That will bring us to bench and commissioner questions. Are there any commissioner questions for Dr. Mark? The chair has questions. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Dr. Mark.
Good afternoon, Chair.
Let's walk out what happens if the commission were to order the OPC Consumers Council position. So if the commission were to take the OPC position and order $0 rate increase, over the next 2 years, they do make improvements. Let's assume the improvements that they make come to fruition, and that they have a properly operating customer first system, and they're responsive to customers at the right level with metrics in line with our other investor-owned utilities. What happens in the next rate case as far as rate impact? So would they be able then to recover amounts from this rate case moving forward, or the entire customer first rate case moving forward plus expenses incurred over the next couple of years before that next filing? How would it work?
Well, it's a great question, Sharon. Like a lot of things, it depends. So at a minimum, what would happen is that those investments that are being used would depreciate. So the numbers would change over time. That would be one thing right off the bat. Obviously, what takes place in that test year is going to include cost and expenses that will be relevant to that test year. What would happen? If the company, if the commission adopts OPC's position, my understanding is nothing would prevent the company from filing a case as soon as possible. They wouldn't need to wait the additional 24 months to bring things up to speed. They'd effectively, the message the commission would effectively be sending is that, a rate increase isn't warranted if the company can't properly bill customers today. And I think that's a motivating message to send to the company. They have every incentive from there on out to move forward and basically get their act together.
From your perspective, what would happen if the commission were to order that to their ability to access capital?
That's a great question too. So this was a top of concern internally. We wrestled a lot with it. We took a lot of comfort in looking at other states, and in particular, you need to appreciate, and I think you do. Liberty, Missouri is one affiliate in a host of other affiliates across the country. It is the largest one, but it is one. Now, their customer first billing program has been implemented in other states, and if you look at other states, they've had the same problems. New Hampshire comes to mind. In New Hampshire, they filed a DE/19/064 docket where they sought I want to say it was like a $25 million rate increase, much smaller utility. They sought a $25 million rate increase. The company came in, and effectively what happened was their numbers were wrong. The customer first, the billing determinants, everything associated with it was in such a problem where they had to effectively refile the case. And even then, the commission ordered PwC as a third party to come in and do an independent audit of their books. That delayed things another year out into the future. And ultimately, that case was settled last year, at the end of last year in December. So the company came in for a $20 million rate increase. They agreed to a $300,000 settlement. So a 0.1% increase from what they asked for. The company initially asked for a 10.3 ROE. They stipulated to a 9.1 ROE. Now, the credit metrics, the regulatory environment did not change in New Hampshire. It stayed exactly where it was. And as Mr. Williams, spoke about in his opening, today Algonquin had better credit metrics than two of our much larger utilities here in Missouri. So from that perspective, if New Hampshire Commission can move forward with something like that and it didn't upset the issues, at least that gives us a degree of comfort that Liberty, Missouri would be in the same position.
So if we were to order OPC's position, the company, after the disposition of this case, could just turn around and file another rate case, changing the test year? Or any, I'm not, yeah.
Sure, they absolutely could. I mean, they can, if the commission orders what is stipulated, then my understanding is that they would be stipulating for a 2-year moratorium.
I'm also going to ask you, I'm going to borrow Commissioner Kolkmeyer's chart.
Sure.
But is this the chart that OPC provided?
It is.
Okay. It did have J.D. Power score, and it had the lowest J.D. Power ranking, but it didn't have like the average or like where our other investor owns are. Clearly, this side does have our. Where do you speculate that the average may be? Where do you think our other investor owns are in this rankings?
It is a great question. We spent a lot of time with thinking about that design. Ultimately, we elected just to put Liberty up there, for simplicity's sake. But our other utilities rank higher. In 2024, and I included this in my direct testimony, I've got a breakdown of what the highest scored utility was, Sewanee Cooperative, what the average score was, where Ameren, Missouri ranked, which was a little bit above average, where Evergy ranked, which was, I want to say like bottom 30%, and then where Empire ranked, which was the 7th worst utility in the country by J.D. Power scores. Those numbers are included. If the commission is so inclined, it was a fairly simple Google search. It was just 2020 J.D. Power residential scores, and we went back as far as what's publicly available, and that's 15 years worth of data. But the average scores are a bit misleading insofar as that over that 15-year period, they added additional categories, so the overall numbers changed over that time. But the one consistent factor is this utility has effectively ranked in that bottom 5% now for as long as we've been tracking that.
Okay. In the stipulation, there's $8.5 million in arrearage forgiveness, currently 15 million something in arrears. Not knowing the split of the residential versus commercial ratepayers that are in that arrearage, do you think that is a fair dollar amount in that program?
Oh, that's a great question too. What we do know is this. We do know, because of the disconnection rule, that the utilities are required to record what the arrearage amount is on a monthly basis. Based on the most recently filed data that I've seen, it's just south of $18 million, and that's just for residential customers. Now, the key number where I think there's a disconnect is, and I can't remember if it was Ms. Waltz or Mr. Wilson that said this about the $15 million, but they're referring to bills that are over 90 days in arrearages. So there's those numbers that are below 90 days are obviously a number two that they're going to need to collect. And the concern is, moving forward, you're going to have customers. They're not going to be disconnecting customers anytime soon. I think the 8.5 million is a nice start moving forward. I do have a lot of fears that those numbers are going to increase moving forward. I've got concerns, especially in light of if we have the rate increases and other exogenous factors, that it's going to be very difficult for customers to pay that. But I do agree that there are customers today that will definitely benefit from that, at least for a peace of mind.
Another item that was kind of brought up in the local public hearings, folks would say things like, 30 or 40% is just way too much. We'd really like sort of smaller increases. The stipulation does have, basically 5 or 6% a year. How does the OPC view that phased-in approach to the stipulation as a resolution?
So on the one hand, the phased-in approach has the ability of keeping it in a single-digit annual increase. So each year is not going to hit that double digit. Now collectively as an aggregate, I think it's about 19.5%, which is more difficult to obviously absorb than a single digit, which is more like 7%. How do we view it? I mean, we view it as too high, especially in light of all the evidence that we've seen. And I would say this, this is a 2024 docket. I mean, we're about to hit 2026. The test year is, I think, for 2023. We're talking about rolling up, none of this information is particularly accurate. I think it would be more than reasonable just to sit back and say, this rate case itself is not a good, clear picture or indicative of what rates are going to look like in the future, because we're operating with very stale data and highly questionable data at that in terms of the billing determinants and what has come in. So for all of those reasons, I'm very skeptical or the office has taken the position that we're very skeptical of that. And I think that's well warranted. If you think about what this case was initially filed under, I don't remember the exact number, but it was significantly less than what that $179 million ended up being. And that's only because our office pointed out that, you didn't include the FAC fuel cost. And that, again, had to jump up, the dollar amount associated with this. And you're starting to see these reoccurring themes, when we sent out mailers to customers to notify them about, public hearings. Well, we missed that. I mean, it's just one thing after another. And, if I would point to any evidence, I think Mr. Thompson, articulated it well. It's like staff's not in a position to file their report yet. We're almost a year into it, and maybe we'll be ready at the end of the year, but we're still finding issues. And that's the big concern that I would caution the commission, is at the end of the day, you clearly don't want to be in a position where you're being inundated with phone calls again come February, after rates have been ordered. I don't have the comfort sitting here today that things are better. I'm optimistic that we can move towards that, and I think the company has taken, at least, on paper, the right direction. Directionally, have gotten creative in terms of their settlement. I'd absolutely agree with that, but it gives me a lot of pause.
Clearly, you're sort of an expert on the low-income programs. The stipulation includes a lot in low-income programs, which may be an improvement over the status quo over the next year or two, or whenever the next rate case is. How do you view those particular programs in the stipulation?
Not well, is the short answer. We've got a number of programs, and you need to look at it just historically. The low-income programs that we've had for Empire have been some of the worst across our utilities. So the fact that parties have stipulated to meeting, once a quarter, great. I mean, we've been doing that with other utilities for years now. Maybe that will help things move things forward a little bit, but you look at it historically, and I think this will come out with the workshop docket that you've seen. The low-income programs haven't performed very well. We haven't spent down the money. I'm optimistic about the critical medical needs program. It is a different demographic. It's a largely rural demographic. I think there's, I could speculate on other reasons, but it is a more difficult demographic to go ahead and find committed funding in a program that works. Now, one of the live issues is still the low-income rate design, the customer charge waiver that I recommended. And I'm not necessarily married to that idea. But to me, from administrative ease, from the ability to go ahead and implement that in a way, I feel like that's a much more direct and seamless process than what we are currently contemplating in the stipulation or what we've done to date.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Are there any other commissioner questions for Dr. Mark? Star 6 to unmute if you're on a phone. Okay, hearing none, we will go back to recross-examination. Mr. Kaufman?
No recross, thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Opitz? Mr. Vandergriff?
No, thank you.
Mr. Cooper?
Thank you. Dr. Mark, going back to one of Chair Hahn's questions about what if the company orders OPC's position of no rate case in this case, correct? And I think that the question was, you know, what would happen in the next rate case, essentially. Would you agree that it's your proposal that in that next rate case, there would be no recognition of any return or costs or anything else that the company might have incurred between now and the next rate case? Now, some of those, and I'll finish this up, certainly there would be a test year, right? But the purpose of a test year is to set rates on a going forward basis, not to go back and pick up past dollars, correct?
Correct.
And so, circling around, there really would be no recovery, no return, no anything for that period between rate cases under your recommendation, correct?
Well, you have rates in effect now that are recovering expenses for your assets. You know, moving forward, again, what the test year is, what that's including, whether or not something is used and useful, and again, our position is that it's not at the moment.
But again, that's just customer first, right? There's plenty of other assets that are in service today, and even you would agree are used and useful today, correct?
That is true. I will say collectively, I'm second guessing myself here, but I'm fairly confident at the moment that if you took all of OPC's issues that are effectively still out there, that would bring it down to zero.
Well, we can look at it, I guess, in a different context. I don't know that there would be agreement on that, but regardless, certainly, you know, staff, for example, has a revenue requirement that's well above zero, even after its adjustments for customer first, correct?
That is staff's position, yes.
Yeah. You talked about the company being able to come back for another rate case, correct?
I did.
And in your testimony, you talk about that. You say, no increase to rates until the company at a minimum can demonstrate that they are capable of accurately charging for their services, correct?
Could you direct, that sounds correct?
Yep. Rebuttal testimony, page 12, lines 19 to 20.
Yes.
And a key to that is, in that sentence, is demonstration, correct?
Judge, I'm going to object. This seems to me like it's getting beyond the scope of the commissioner questioning.
I think the commissioner, Chair Hahn, had asked about this process for coming back with the next rate case under OPC's proposal. And so I want to explore what that would look like in Dr. Mark's concept.
Sounds to me like you've already done that.
Overruled, go ahead.
Now, you talk about demonstration. Would your vision be that demonstration be shown by some sort of compliance with metrics related to the customer billing process?
I don't know. I mean, right now, the metrics, as I understand it, are aspirational. I mean, we've agreed to the idea or the concept of a metric, but what that would include.
So in your mind, you haven't come to a decision on what the metrics would look like that you would look at to determine whether the company had adequately demonstrated it was accurately charging on a going forward basis?
Well, I don't think it's rocket science. I mean, we're talking about just accurately providing a bill in a timely fashion. So, reasonable minds can differ as to some of the minutia around those metrics, but I would say that when you don't have the need, well, let me restate this. When we stop getting inundated with phone calls from Liberty customers, when the staff when we're getting calls from, down the street from various elected officials and so forth, I mean, I think that would be directionally a good sign that the company's doing better.
But still somewhat ambiguous if we're trying to decide where the line is that they've been able to demonstrate, correct? There's some work to decide that, isn't there?
There's some work to decide about the metrics itself, as far as whether or not things are operating smoothly or not. I feel like that's less ambiguous at the end of the day.
So at least in that context, you think it's doable?
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
Well, let me rephrase it. Do I think it's doable that they can refile a rate case and show that they've provided evidence to support it? Sure.
Do you think it's doable to come up with the metrics that would help demonstrate that?
In my direct testimony, I included 4 different audits from different states. So if the one common theme in the J.D. Power scores, and my direct testimony talks about this, is you look at the worst performing utilities across the country. At those 7, I think is what I picked. 60-70% of them are billing related issues. Where the commission came down on that company and performed third-party audits. There were specific metrics associated with it. Mr. Cooper, I think what I would do is look to see what's taking place in those other states in the Northeast and see whether or not those metrics and those actions would be appropriate for Liberty.
Now, also as to your recommendation of no increase in revenue requirement, and this is in your surrebuttal on page 7, you say the purpose of a cost disallowance is not only to remedy past harms, but also to provide a financial incentive for the utility to make prudent management decisions going forward, correct?
Correct.
Now, would you agree that in this case, there's not merely the potential for management decisions, but in fact, in this calendar year, 2025, there's been a fairly significant change in management itself for this company?
What was the first part of that question? I'm sorry.
Well, you talk about the disallowance. One of the reasons is to provide incentive for the company to make prudent management decisions, correct?
Correct.
And in this situation, we not only have the potential for management decisions generally, but in fact, we have different persons that have taken over the management of this company, haven't we?
You have.
And in your testimony, even, you call this group of folks a talented group of industry professionals, correct?
I did.
Okay. And even as to Ms. Walt, you complimented her background as being impressive, that the created position is at least directionally placing a greater emphasis on customer experience, and all of that is encouraging, correct?
Correct.
Okay. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper. That'll take us to redirect Mr. Williams.
I first have a question. I provided this as a demonstrative exhibit. We don't have an exhibit number for it. I know Chair Hahn asked some questions about it. I don't know if the commission wants to have an exhibit number for it or not.
I'll let you make that call, Mr. Williams.
Well, if you want one, it'll be exhibit 228.
That's a question.
Sure. I'll offer this exhibit, and it would be exhibit 228, be the handout.
All right, and I've already got copies as I'm dropping pins and everything else. Any objections to the admission of exhibit 228, which was OPC's demonstrative? It is a 2-sided table and graph. Hearing no objections, so admitted.
Thank you. you recall getting questions from Chair Hahn about the concept of a phase-in, what public council's perception on that? If there's a phase-in of rates, I know the stipulation agreement contemplates no carrying costs, but it also contemplates putting the balance, which is 97 million in rate base at the end of the 3-year period. So it's a different kind of a way of collecting, I would call carrying costs. Would you agree with that?
I would.
And what does public counsel think about if there's carrying costs in some form associated with a phase-in? What does that do to the impact of a phase-in?
It would raise it. It makes it more pronounced than otherwise. I think it minimizes the intent behind that phase-in.
Is that another way of saying it makes it more difficult to make a phase-in palatable because there are additional costs that are incurred due to the carrying cost or some treatment of the compensation more than just spreading the amount over time?
Yes.
No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. We're going to take a slight detour. We have another commissioner question, and then we will circle back around for recross and redirect based on those questions. Chair.
Apologies, but it also jogged my memory. Was the public council a signatory to the Liberty Water rate case stipulation?
I wasn't involved in the Liberty Water case.
Or was I, and I do not know offhand.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I'm recalling that the Liberty Water stipulation, which I think OPC was a signatory to, had a phased-in rate for water with carrying costs specifically for the city. So, I just couldn't immediately recall.
You may very well be right, and I wouldn't surprise me if there's a statutory allowance of carrying costs for a phase-in. I'd have to look at this. I know there's specific authority for phase-ins.
Yeah, I know there is specific authority for the phase-in, but I just couldn't recall if, since you highlighted the carrying costs in here, and there were carrying costs in that stipulation that was actually going to cost the ratepayers in Bolivar more for the same service, whereas in this case, the stipulation doesn't have carrying costs. So I was just trying to recall OPC's position in that case.
Well, I suggest to you this agreement does have carrying costs, they're just in a different form.
Thank you. Apologies for the detour.
Thank you, Chair. And let's go back to our recross. Consumers Council, I'm hearing no questions. MECG? Staff?
No, thank you.
Empire?
No questions.
And circle back. Yeah, redirect. We did, but the chair had additional.
No further questions.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Mark, thank you. Appreciate your being here today. You are excused from our witness stand. And now let's take a moment as we switch from what I have been calling our live litigated issues. And now we will move to our two next topics. And this is where it's going to get a little dicey. And commissioners, this is where I'm going to need you if you have any questions. So commissioners, just a heads up, we are changing into those uncontested issues. These issues will be brought up without the benefit of a witness because we have already accepted all of the pre-filed testimony onto the record. So there will be no direct, there will be no cross-examination. We will proceed directly to finding out if the commissioners have questions, and then we'll call up the witnesses from there. Mr. Opitz.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask to be excused until tomorrow morning for the hearing.
Any objections? Hearing none, you are so excused.
Thank you.
Your Honor, we have Brooke Mastroianni scheduled for this issue, but she did not write testimony, so she shouldn't be listed.
Okay, understood. All of the witnesses that are listening, I really appreciate your patience. I know that you have been on call and that it is likely that you may not be called up today. The commission regrets that, but it's unavoidable in this circumstance, and it's not due to the fault of any party or any position. It's just how litigation happens sometimes. So with that, we will turn first to income statement issues. That topic contains a good couple dozen or so issues. I will read those issue numbers, but not the issues themselves. That would get to be fairly lengthy. Income statement issues. This covers issues 38, 40, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61. Now we're going to skip a few. 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71. We're going to skip a few. 76. We'll skip a one. 78. 79. We'll skip one. And 81. Before I ask for commissioner questions, are there any questions from the parties about what I am doing and our procedures? Okay. Are there any commissioner questions on the topic of income statement issues, any of the issues that I have listed? Commissioners, if you're on the phone, that's *6 to unmute.
Judge, I think I'm good. This is Commissioner Kochmeyer.
Thank you, Commissioner Kolkmeyer. Understood. Hearing none.
None from me, Judge.
Thank you, Commissioner Mitchell. I appreciate that. Hearing no questions, that takes care of all of the issues that I listed under the topic heading of income statement issues. For those listening, that means that your counsel has submitted the pre-filed testimony. It is already admitted and on the record. And there are no further questions for you. That will move us to our second topic. And that topic is labeled miscellaneous issues. This covers issues 26, 27, and we're going to skip a lot, 139, and 140. Since this is a slightly shorter section, I will briefly summarize each of those issues. 26 is the PAYGO tracker regulatory asset. 27 is the PAYGO tracker regulatory asset. 139 is continue to defer the retirement cost of Asbury. 140 is heat rate efficiency testing procedures. Are there any commissioner questions on any of those four miscellaneous issues? 26, 27, 139, or 140? Hearing none. That is the end of my schedule for today, counselors. I do not want to add anything extra to today. I am looking at the remainder of the schedule, and I do see that our afternoons certainly might go as fast as this in some other cases. And yes, I am tempted to put all of those right up today, but that would not be fair to the commissioners who are still reviewing and still preparing for any questions that might come. And that is going to make it a little bit difficult on those witnesses. I stated at the beginning of our hearing, and I'll just restate it again, because this is a little bit of a unique scheduling situation, but one that is unavoidable, I am reluctant to excuse any witness. However, that said, I will bend over backwards trying to make sure that any witness that does need to come testify has that opportunity, can call in through the WebEx, or we will rearrange dates or times as needed.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Kaufman.
I have a question related to that. I have one witness on tomorrow's schedule, Jim Thomas, but he's listed number 45 out of 45 witnesses on that day. He's available all day tomorrow, but not on Thursday. So my concern is if we do get bogged down on some of these other issues, would it be possible to take him out of order and just ensure him that he would be on the witness stand tomorrow at some time?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Before we adjourn, and we are at the point of adjourning, tomorrow's schedule has one live issue, and that is capital structure. It's capital structure, return on equity, cost of debt. That's issue one. My intent is to go to that issue first. We'll go through our litigated issue, and then we will return to this procedure that we just had for income statement issues and miscellaneous issues, and we will cover the remaining 8 or 9 or so that are listed for tomorrow. And I'll just run through those real quick. So again, we will cover the litigated issue, which is issue 1, capital structure, ROE, cost of debt. After we finish litigating that issue, we will then move to billing determinants and rate design, starting with commissioner questions. Then cash working capital, starting at commissioner questions. Then prepayments, the same, materials, supplies, and inventories, customer deposits and customer advances, regulatory assets and liabilities, allocations, allocators, CAM, regulatory assets and liabilities, the remaining issues, and then customer programs. Does anybody have any questions? Mr. Williams?
I don't have a question, but I think I'll make a suggestion perhaps.
Please.
If you move customer programs up, that would take care of Mr. Kaufman's concern, I believe.
And if I might add, there is really only one issue that has been contested among the customer programs issues.
Our witness, however, will be driving in from Joplin, so it is a 4-hour drive.
What about taking those first thing after lunch tomorrow?
That would be perfect.
Just an idea.
First thing after lunch for customer programs, going once, going twice, sold.
That's great.
What if we don't finish ROE, capital structure, and cost of debt? I like your confidence.
Judge, I'd point out, I mean, you said they're not contested issues. Parties have waived cross. And
I don't mean not.
That's right.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
right.
I don't mean non-contested in the. Yeah, I'm a lawyer. I don't mean it in the legal sense.
Right.
I meant those issues that. How do you want to call it? That that are being submitted without openings and cross-examinations?
Where the parties have waived cross.
Okay. For the issues that the parties have waived cross. Thank you. I appreciate that.
I did too, I just want to make
That's-
it
yeah.
abundantly clear.
I get it. This isn't my first time miscommunicating. It's understandable.
No, the communication was there, I just want to make it clear on the record.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay. Any last comments, input, questions? Mr. Pringle?
This is just strictly for the record. Just wanted to note that for the income statement issues and the miscellaneous issues, it was Paul Graham and Travis Pringle at the table on behalf of staff.
We want a little.
We were here. We were here.
When they all got settled.
I see other counsel in the room. Should we start introductions? No? Okay. Okay. We're delving into humor, which I appreciate, but that means we're probably not doing any business. Folks, it is 10 after 2 on day 1. Last call. We are adjourned for the day. Thank you all. I appreciate it. I'll see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. We are